Guten Morgen und herzlich willkommen, meine Damen und Herren, in der Steiermark-Halle zu den ISU Eiskunstlauf-Europameisterschaften 2020. Diese Meisterschaften sind eine Veranstaltung der Internationalen Eislaufunion und werden vom österreichischen Eiskunstlaufverband durchgeführt. In wenigen Augenblicken beginnen wir mit dem Kurzprogramm der Damen.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Steiermark-Halle for the ISU European Figure Skating Championships 2020. This championships is an event of the International Skating Union and hosted by Skate Austria. In just a few moments, we will start the ladies' short program.
Bitte werfen Sie während des Wettkampfes keine Gegenstände auf das Eis. Geschenke und Blumen für die Athleten, die Sie am Ende ihrer Programme schenken möchten, müssen komplett verpackt sein. Bitte auch keine einzelnen Süßigkeiten auf das Eis werfen. Danke für Ihr Verständnis und Ihre Mithilfe.
Please don't throw any items onto the ice during the competition.
Und nun, meine Damen und Herren, freut es uns, Ihnen die Offiziellen dieses Wettbewerbs vorstellen zu dürfen.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, it is a pleasure to introduce the officials for this event.
Als Repräsentantin der Internationalen Eislaufunion für die ISU Eiskunstlauf-Europameisterschaften 2020 begrüßen wir
Representing the International Skating Union at the ISU European Figure Skating Championships 2020. Please welcome the ISU representative, Ms. Maria Teresa Samaranch.
Außerdem begrüßen wir als Vertreterin der ISU die Schiedsrichterin des Wettbewerbes.
Also representing the International Skating Union, please welcome the referee of the event, Ms. Nadezhda Fyodorova.
Das Preisgericht.
The panel of judges.
Preisrichterin Nummer 1.
Judge number 1, Ms. Susanna Vikana Homolia.
Preisrichterin Nummer 2.
Judge number 2, Ms. Margot Paul.
Preisrichter Nummer 3.
Judge number 3, Mr. Alan Böhm.
Preisrichterin Nummer 4.
Judge number 4, Ms. Marina Beshea.
Preisrichterin Nummer 5.
Judge number 5, Ms. Natasha Skop.
Preisrichter Nummer 6.
Judge number 6, Mr. Igor Fechenko.
Preisrichterin Nummer 7.
Judge number 7, Ms. Veronique Verrue.
Preisrichterin Nummer 8.
Judge number 8, Ms. Magdalena Roseczka.
Und Preisrichterin Nummer 9.
Judge number 9, Ms. Katarina Grof-Mitrovic.
Das technische Preisgericht.
The technical panel.
Technische Controllerin.
The technical controller, Ms. Emily Bilot.
Technischer Spezialist.
Technical specialist, Mr. Shin Amano.
Assistentin des technischen Spezialisten.
Assistant technical specialist, Ms. Katarina Kamberska.
Well, a very good morning, everybody. A very warm welcome along to day 3 of the 2020 ISU European Figure Skating Championships, coming to you from the Steiermark-Halle in Graz in Austria at the Schwarzelsee ice rink. We're about to get underway with the short program in the ladies competition. It's going to be a long session, but here are the first 5, starting off with Valentina Matos of Spain.
From Slovakia, Emma Dubosova.
Emma Dobosheva of Slovakia will be the second to skate.
From Croatia, Hana
The Croatian
Cvijanovic.
Hana Cvijanovic will be third in this first group.
From Lithuania, Aleksandra Golovkina.
Aleksandra Golovkina represents Lithuania.
From Serbia,
And the last to go in
Antonina
Group 1 will be
Dubinina.
Antonina Dubinina of Serbia.
You may now begin your 6-minute warm-up.
So as you heard, 6 minutes warm-up here in front of what has to be said, a very sparse crowd at the moment. But speaking to the officials on the way in, they're expecting plenty of people for the later sessions, and Saturday and Sunday just about sold out. So there's going to be a terrific atmosphere building in the arena later on today and through the final 2 days of this championships. Well, we have a really tremendous event here in the ladies competition. It's a competition that has attracted a lot of interest, of course, primarily due to the Russian trio, the exceptional young teenage trio of Anna Sherbakova, Alena Kostornaia and Alexandra Trusova, who are going to be performing later on in the day, quite a lot later. They'll be taking to the ice just before 4:30 in the final group. So there's a long way to go until we get through to that point. A lot of skating ahead of us. I'll be taking you through. My name is Paul Alster. It's been a tremendous privilege watching the skating here over the last 2 days, and last night seeing Dmitry Aliev winning the gold medal in the men's event. It was a particularly exciting conclusion. I'm sure there's going to be lots of great skating today. Do stay with us. They've got just about 4 minutes left in the warm-up, and we'll be back to you very soon to begin commentary on the short program in the ladies' event.
Hana Cvijanovic ist zweifache kroatische Meisterin. Sie wird von der ehemaligen Weltklasseläuferin Ivana Jakubčević-Marinković trainiert.
She is two-time national champion and also competed in the June Grand Prix this season. From Croatia, Hana Cvijanovic.
Aleksandra Golovkina aus Litauen kommt nach 4 Jahren Abwesenheit wieder zu den Europameisterschaften zurück. Ihre beste Platzierung der laufenden Saison ist der 2. Platz beim Mentor Torum Cup.
She competes in her 3rd European Championships and for the first time since 2016. From Lithuania, Aleksandra Golovkina.
Antonina Dubinina ist serbische Meisterin seit 2016. Sie ist gebürtige Russin und vertrat ihr Heimatland bis 2014.
She is the reigning and multiple national champion and competes in her 4th European Championships. From Serbia, Antonina Dubinina. There is 1 minute remaining in your warm-up.
Well, just under a minute left in the warm-up for this first group. We're going to see 37 skaters in total, but only 24 are going to qualify for tomorrow's free program. So there's going to be 13 disappointed ladies after this short program has concluded around 5 o'clock this afternoon. I'm sure those that failed to qualify will know their fate quite a lot earlier than that. So a lot of pressure on these lower ranked skaters to skate absolutely up to and indeed above their previous best in order to give themselves a chance of moving on in the competition. The last few seconds ticking away of the warm-up.
This concludes your warm-up. Would you please clear the ice?
And right on cue. As if by magic, the message from the stadium announcer that the warm-up has ended and the skaters are leaving the ice, and they leave the stage to Valentina Matos of Spain, who is going to be the very first to go, the first of the 37. She's been 33rd at these championships in 2017 and 18. She was 31st last year, so hasn't thus far in 3 previous attempts managed to qualify. Let's see if she can get any closer to qualification this time around. 19 years old she is, coached by Barbara Luoni, and she's skating to You Give Love a Bad Name by Bon Jovi. The first of 37 skaters in the latest short program at the 2020. Oh, well done indeed to Valentina Matos, getting the competition off to a very good start, and you could see how delighted she was with that. And watching Barbara Luoni across to my left, 10 metres away, coach, she's absolutely ecstatic about this. So a very good performance from Valentina Matos. Whether it's enough for her to go on in the competition is another question, but she's come out here to do a job, and she's done it, and you can see she's pleased. Just that little bit of a wobble on the double axel late on, but otherwise she built on a rock-solid start. Less than a third fall at the moment.
Hola mamá, papá, que estáis por ahí en las gradas, que os he visto. Y Adri. Nada, muchas gracias por todo.
Our first view today of the kiss and cry.
The first race for Valentina Matos from Spain.
She's spotting a few familiar faces in the stands. Remember, her best is 50.25, and she's scored 49.02.
She's earned a total of
I suspect that if the double axel had been clean, she may well have just exceeded her previous bets, but she's done really well. So a good start for Spain, Valentina Matos.
Begrüßen Sie nun aus der Slowakei.
Next to skate, representing Slovakia, Emma Dubinina.
And as you may have heard in the background, Emma Dubinina of Slovakia is the next to go. She's just 16 years old and coached by Rastislav Verlak. She's going to skate to bird set free by Sia. She has a personal best score, just 39.09, so this is going to be a real test for her at her first major international championships. We'll wish her the very best, Emma Dubinina of Slovakia. Well, a nice double axel was the last of her three jumping elements, having opened with the triple salto double toe loop. Just had a few issues on the triple lutz, but overall it's a competent performance from this 16-year-old high school girl from Žilina in Slovakia. Well, Emma Dubinina of Slovakia has skated very nicely indeed. Came here with a personal best of 39.09. She's going to leave that some way behind, so she seems to have been inspired by the opportunity to compete at senior level in a major competition for the first time. And her coach, Rastislav Verlak, I'm sure is going to be very, very pleased indeed. And you can see she's delighted. She's done very well. Just the triple Lutz was not quite as she might have hoped, but otherwise she got off to a good start, always so important. Triple salcho, double toe loop. She looked good as well, an attractive costume, quite elegant. She is the reigning Slovakian national senior champion. And definitely got potential, Emma Dubinina. I'm sure it must be quite overawing to be preparing alongside some of the biggest names in the sport, having possibly only seen them in competition or on television previously, and all of a sudden you're in there alongside, going out there with a chance to show what you can do. And as with so many of these young ladies in this competition, they may be mid-teens, but a lot of them have significant experience in the juniors. So it's not as if they haven't been to big events before, but this is another league.
The scores, please, for Emma Dubinina from Slovakia.
Well, 39.09 was her personal best coming here. It's going to be higher now. And 46.27. 46.27, and that is more than a 7-point improvement, so she's done really well. A very good effort from Emma Dubinina of Slovakia, who was second of the 37 to skate this morning.
Thank you.
Nächste Läuferin aus Kroatien.
Next to skate, representing Croatia, Hana Cvijanovic.
And now from Slovakia to Croatia, Hana Cvijanovic. She's 17 years old from Zagreb, where she too is a high school student. She's going to skate to the Bolero from the Moulin Rouge and is coached by Ivana Jakubčević and Fedor Klimov. She has a personal best of 46.33, but so far this season, just a 39.75. So she'll be looking to improve on that. The reigning Croatian champion, Hana Cvijanovic, the third to skate in Group 1. Well, a shaky start for Hana. Awkward on the triple flip, and also, as you saw, the triple loop caused her a lot of problems. So she must try very hard to put that behind her and work to make her score respectable. Well, her double axel was competent, but the technical elements have been below what I'm sure she was hoping for, and she's really going to struggle to get close to her previous best. Hana Cvijanovic, 17-year-old from Zagreb, with her short program here at the 2020 ISU European Figure Skating Championships in Graz. She was 34th on her only previous appearance here last year at the Europeans. And she's come off there smiling, which is good to see. Didn't go quite as she hoped, I'm sure. But she composed herself after the very shaky start. Here you can see her in review. She lists among her interests baking. Absolutely nothing wrong with that. We all like a nice cake. If you're just joining us, a very good morning to you. Paul Alster here at the European Figure Skating Championships in Graz. 37 ladies contesting this short program, but only 24 are going to qualify for the free program. So a lot of pressure on these lower ranked skaters, not just out there to do their best, but also potentially striving to surprise and manage to make it into the top 24. Well, there is Hana. She's been watching the review on the big screen and also in front of her. And a shrug of the shoulders. I'm sure she's still tremendously proud to be representing Croatia. It's a big achievement in itself to represent your nation at a major international championships. Taking a little while for the scores to come through for Hana.
The scores, please, for Hana Cvijanovic from Croatia.
Hana Cvijanovic aus Kroatien erhält für ihr Kurzprogramm 36,22 Punkte.
36.22 is the score. She's in third place at the moment. So she's skated about 3.5 points below her seasonal best and 10 points below her personal best achieved earlier in her career. But it's all part of the learning curve, and I'm sure we'll be hearing more of her along the way. We're moving on now to a skater who's got a higher personal best. Indeed, she's achieved 50.47 and this season 48.22. And this is Aleksandra Golovkina, representing Lithuania. She's coached by David Richardson, and she's skating to the music of the Seven Nation Army. Aleksandra Golovkina of Lithuania. Skating here to a good soundtrack, Golovkina, and off to a good start with the triple toe, double toe combination, followed by a triple loop. And if she can keep this going, she could be on her way to a very respectable score. Well, overall, a good effort from Aleksandra Golovkina, representing Lithuania. She's born in Vilnius, the Lithuanian capital, but she's based in Britain at Newcastle upon Tyne, where she's a student at Newcastle, and a city I know well. Came here with a personal best of 51.73. And that was achieved in October at the Ice Star competition in Minsk, in Belarus. She has been to the European Championships before. She was 19th in 2015 and 16th in 2016. So she's obviously had something of a break and back to international competition here. She made that good start. Her only error was on the double axel, which we'll see here. Very well turned out, nice costume, quite elegant. And as we've mentioned already a number of times in this championship, it is terrific to see these reviews and be able to better appreciate the skills of these skaters in slow motion and close-up. Get to appreciate the poise and the balance and the intensity of the concentration as well. There you go. There's Alexandra with David Richardson, both her coach and choreographer.
Happy birthday, Nikita.
The scores, please, for Aleksandra Golovkina from Lithuania.
Previous best, 51.73. She's gone very close to it, 50.88, just a double axel holding her back from a PB. But she's done well, 50.88, and into the lead, the first skater above 50 points today, Lithuania's Aleksandra Golovkina. And now we move on to the final skater in Group 1.
Next to skate, representing Serbia, Antonina Dubinina.
Antonina Dubinina, as you may have heard in the background, represents Serbia. She's 23 years old, born in Moscow, but a university student in Belgrade. She's skating to Strange Birds by Birdie, appropriately enough. She's coached by Svetlana Sokolovskaya and Stanislav Zakharov. She has a PB of 50.47 and a season's best of 48.22. Last to go in Group 1, Antonina Dubinina of Serbia. Well, following the opening triple salchow double toe combination, not quite getting it right on the triple flip. Dubinina, who did qualify for the last 24 in Minsk last year, she was the last to qualify in 24th place. So she's got work to do now if she's going to replicate that achievement. Antonina Dubinina, skating for Serbia. I don't think she was quite at her best there. But nonetheless, it's going to be a respectable performance. Whether it's going to be good enough this time to go forward, I'm not sure. She qualified, as I mentioned, in 24th place last year, having been 37th the year before, and 29th at the European Championships on her debut in this event in 2017. But her technical score lower than the current leader. So she's probably going to struggle, I would suggest. Well, here comes the review for the final skater in Group 1. She was skating to Strange Birds. It was a nice soundtrack. The opening combination, triple salchow double toe. And you could see the look of satisfaction on her face when she landed that, but then we had things going awry on the triple flip, so a lot of points gone gone begging there. They see hand down as well.
You've always loved the strange birds. Now I want to fly into your world. I want to be heard. My wounded wings to beating. You've always loved the stranger.
Just looking around the stadium, looks like a few more people coming in now. And as I mentioned earlier on in the broadcast, we're expecting much bigger audiences for later on today and into the evening, and then over the weekend. It's going to be very, very busy here, with virtually all, if not all, of the tickets being snapped up. And the good people of Graz and the surrounding area looking forward to their weekend of top-class international figure skating, as the stadium announcer has mentioned more than a time or two over the last few days. The Austrians pointing out that skating, figure skating, is coming home.
From Serbia.
Antonina Dubinina aus Serbien erhält
48.22 her best this season, but she's down at 43.62, and it's not looking great, and she knows it.
She's earned a total of 43.62 points. And is
So that's probably going to be the last we'll see of Antonina Dubinina for this championship. She was the last to skate in Group 1. Remember, it's a very long session indeed, through till just after 5 o'clock, and the big names will start to appear around 4 o'clock in the afternoon. We've got a 15-minute break while they resurface the ice. We'll be back to you then to continue coverage of the ladies' short programme.
The time we have on this planet is limited. But what we choose to do without
you see. You see down in the backstage area what you normally not see when you're sitting in the ice rink, and everything is being prepared that everyone knows where he has to go. For example, when the skaters comes, they normally go to the dressing rooms for the ladies, or they can also have some physiotherapy. We prepared that all. And there is, and one of the most important things for skaters is family. So they support their child when they enter the ice rink, or they support their couples. And here is the skating family lounge. Here are the families, the parents are waiting, and they have also a screen here, a television screen here inside where they see how their child perform. And they are happy when they see a good performance. Hi, can you give a short wave to all the audience outside? Do you feel good? Yes, they say they feel good. You see, they have a nice and relaxed atmosphere. Are you relaxed? They are relaxed, that's of course. Not the skaters, but the families are relaxed here. Thank you. So, also meine Damen und Herren, Sie haben es gesehen, und zwar die Skaters Family Lounge, die ist ganz, ganz wichtig für die Teilnehmer hier, denn da heißt es einfach supporten, da heißt es unterstützen, einfach da sein und eine ganz, ganz entspannte Atmosphäre hier drinnen. Das sieht man natürlich normalerweise nicht, nur wenn man in den Backstage kommt. So, da sieht man auch schon, wie Wertungslichter wieder hineingehen, und zwar zum Panel. Wir verfolgen die jetzt einfach mal. Auch das eine ganz, ganz wichtige Funktion. Neben dem Sportler gibt es natürlich auch die Bewertung. Das ist das Elementare, die Präsentation, der technische Teil, und die sehen normalerweise unmittelbar auf die Eisfläche. Das sieht man hier gut. Ganz wichtig auch unsere Sprecher während des Bewerbes hier, die machen das was besser. Da ist unser Wieland, der Sportkoordinator, da kann man auch mal mal zeigen, wie der ausschaut. Und dann schauen Sie mal in die Kamera, das ist auch ganz wichtige Funktion. Und so sieht es dann aus, wenn man Wertungsrichter ist. Hier hat man den Blick direkt aufs Eis. Da schauen Sie mal dahin, einmal darauf schauen und dann geht man auf diese Perspektive und sieht das Eis einfach ausgezeichnet. So you are prepared?
Yes.
Then we can start, I would say.
Yes, we can.
Yes, we can start. Na, was wollen wir denn dann noch mehr? Dann würde ich sagen, are you ready? Let's start.
Welcome the next group of skaters on the ice.
Well, welcome back to Graz as we continue coverage of the ladies' short program, and Group 2 are now moving out onto the ice.
From Turkey, Sinem Kuyucu.
The first we'll see is Sinem Kuyucu. She skates for Turkey.
From Finland, Linnea Ceder.
Representing Finland, Linnea Ceder.
From Latvia, Angelina Kuchvalska.
Angelina Kuchvalska of Latvia will be third to go in this group.
From Italy, Alessia Tornaghi.
Alessia Tornaghi is the fourth of the five, and the last to go will be the second of the Finnish skaters in this second group, Jenni Saarinen.
6-minute warm-up.
So 6 minutes now ahead of them, as always, for the warm-up. It just gives me time to mention a couple of initiatives that have been put in place by the ISU ahead of this season, and we have a terrific opportunity, in case you don't already know it, for somebody to go to the World Figure Skating Championships. You could win yourself a place on the plane to Canada to take in the championships in Montreal in March. And this is our hashtag Up Again challenge, and it celebrates all those who get up again from life's challenges. And one lucky skating fan will win the chance of 2 all-event tickets, including flights and accommodation. And it really is a tremendous prize. They'll be going all the way to Montreal. What you have to do is create one amazing short video. It has been no longer than 60 seconds, showing how you've overcome a challenge and succeeded in your life. Whatever the circumstances, a school graduation, a standing ovation at a performance, a perfected trick on the ice, or your personal best time in a race. Whatever it is, your hashtag Up Again story, we want to see it. Now, the competition closes on February the 28th, and the grand prize winner will be announced in the first week of March 2020. So now's the time to put your thinking head on. You can upload your entries at hashtag Up Again, either on TikTok or Instagram. So really a fantastic prize. There are also other weekly prizes as well. A terrific initiative from the ISU. You take part in the hashtag Up Again challenge to win your place in the audience for the World Figure Skating Championships in Montreal in Canada in March.
Angelina Kuchvalska ist fünffache lettische Meisterin. Sie belegte bei der Europameisterschaft 2016 den 4. Platz.
She is five-time and reigning national champion and returns to the European Championships for the first time since 2017. From Latvia, Angelina Kuchvalska.
Alessia Tornaghi ist zweifache italienische Meisterin. Sie war Sechste der Olympischen Jugendspiele vergangene Woche in Lausanne.
She's two-time national champion and won a bronze medal in the Junior Grand Prix this season. From Italy, Alessia Tornaghi.
Jenni Saarinen ist finnische Vizemeisterin und nimmt an ihrer ersten Europameisterschaft teil. Sie belegte bei der Finlandia Trophy den 4. Platz.
She is the reigning national silver medalist and was 13th at the 2015 and 14 World Junior Championships. From Finland, Jenni Saarinen. There's 1 minute remaining in your warm-up.
Well, we're drawing towards the end now of the 6-minute warm-up for these 5 ladies in Group 2. 2 Finns, a Latvian, an Italian, and one from Turkey. And it's Turkey that will be first to go. Leading score at the moment is that of Lithuania's Aleksandra Golovkina. She's posted 50.88. Skating to the 7-nation army. So that's the target. Remember, 37 ladies in the competition, but only 24 go forward. So a few last words.
Meine Damen und Herren,
for Sinem Kuyucu of Turkey, who's going to be first in Group 2. She's coached by Manuela Silvio Christodor and choreographed by Jorik Hendrich. They're standing just 10 meters away to my left and watching on as Sinem moves to the center ice. She's skating to chains by the sweeplings. She has a season's best. It's also her personal best of 41.34. Sinem Kuyucu of Turkey. Double axel was the third of her jumping elements. 25-year-old Kuyucu making her debut at these European Figure Skating Championships. Well, concluding there with the laid-back spin. Sinem Kuyucu of Turkey.
From Turkey, Sinem Kuyucu.
Her first appearance at the Europeans, and it's come fairly late on at the age of 25, but I'm sure she's been making the most of the experience, lapping up the atmosphere around the event. Her season's best, 41.34. She's probably going to struggle to get a great deal higher, but she may get close to it, we shall see. Here's her review. Opened with the triple flip. And she could have done with a nice clean element there, just to steady any nerves. This was the combination, triple salchow, double toe. Again, a little shaky. Apparently very keen on snowboarding, Kuyucu. So really does involve herself in a number of different winter sports. If we take last season's event as a guide, the cut-off point came just below 46 points. The first qualifier was Antonina Dubinina with 47.2. She was the lowest qualifier last season. Now she's already scored lower than that this time around, so let's suggest that 47 points and above will have a sporting chance. 48, 49, 50. As we saw in the men's event, the scoring was higher than towards the bottom end was higher than the previous year, so it's a bit of a movable feast, but we'll get an idea soon enough. But here's Kuyucu, certainly enjoying her moment in the limelight. Looks as if she's just really glad to be here and to be part of these 2020 championships.
From Turkey.
Sinem Kuyucu aus der Türkei erhält für ihr Kurzprogramm
43.16 is in fact a personal best, so she's done well. She's improved on previous efforts. She knows it's unlikely to be enough to take her on in the competition, but she's certainly not disgraced herself by any means. Sinem Kuyucu was the first to go in Group 2. And now we have the first of the two Finnish ladies in this group. This is Linnea Ceder. She's 17 years old from Kerava. She's at high school. She's coached by Virpi Hortona, and she's skating to the soundtrack, lovely soundtrack actually, from Cinema Paradiso. Now her best, 53.25, will give her a real chance of moving on in the competition. Here is Linnea Ceder of Finland. Skating to a lovely atmospheric soundtrack, and this 17-year-old from Finland has really made a very sound start to this short program, and possibly on course for the best score we've seen so far. Well, a really good performance from Linnea Ceder. That's the best we've seen so far. I'm quite sure of that. Coached by Virpi Hortona, who looks delighted. And well, she might be, because this young lady has gone out there and produced the goods. good triple Lutz double toe to start. She followed it with a triple flip. And it was a rock-solid double axel as well. And you could see after the first two elements that she relaxed and was really enjoying herself. A few flowers coming onto the ice. Here's the review. She looked very elegant and very neat in this first jumping element, the triple Lutz onto the double toe. Still at high school in Kerava in Finland, and apparently a keen golfer. So she keeps herself busy all year round. I doubt there's very much golf in Finland in the winter, unless they play with an orange ball, which is not unknown in some parts. And the double axel here at the bottom end of the arena. Well, she came here with a best of 53.25. She's going to leave that behind, I'm sure. This is one young lady who has been inspired by the atmosphere of this championships. And she awaits now her score.
The scores, please, for Linnea Ceder from Finland.
Linnea Ceder aus Finnland erhält für ihr Kurzprogramm
Well,
58,01 Punkte.
Is a tremendous effort. I think a certain qualifier without a doubt. 58.01, Linnea Ceder of Finland. She's done really well at these first European Championships. She can hold her head really high, and we can look forward, I think, to her free program where she's skating to the soundtrack of Romeo and Juliet.
Läuferin aus Lettland.
Next to skate, representing Latvia, Angelina Kuchvalska.
And now, well, a fairly familiar face, Angelina Kuchvalska of Latvia. She's the next to go, 21 years old now, from Riga. And of course, she was fourth at these championships, a remarkable fourth in 2016. It's been an up and down journey since then. A best this season of just 51.57, but she's capable of much better. Let's see if she can achieve that now. Well, the double axel, having produced a couple of far from perfect first two jumping elements. Fourth, remember, back in 2016. not really skating to those levels in this comeback season as yet. Angelina Kuchvalska of Latvia. But it's good to see her back at these championships. She was quite a prospect a few years ago. She was 7th actually in 2015 and then just missed out on a medal in 2016 and dropped down to 19th a year later, and then we haven't seen her since really. But great to have her back. Still work to do to reach her former glories. She's coached by Ekaterina Platonova and choreographed by Natalia Lipska. Well, she looks a little disappointed. Some interesting tattoos there. Well, she went for the highest scoring element attempted so far at this stage of the competition, the triple toe, triple toe. Didn't quite come off, and the triple loop didn't come to pass either. Skating to the voice of Christina Aguilera, fabulous singer. And just late in the program, still trying to focus and get the very best she possibly can out of her concluding elements. But I'm sure she knew, got plenty of experience, she knew that she's facing an uphill task after that fairly torrid start. Well, good to see her with a smile on her face there, Angelina Kuchvalska. Here come the scores.
Angelina Kuchvalska from Latvia.
Angelina Kuchvalska aus Lettland erhält für ihr Kurzprogramm
45.09, so over 6 points down, about 6.5 points down on her personal best, and it may well not be good enough for her to go any further in the competition this time, but we shall see. Depends how things go for the skaters in the next few groups.
Begrüßen Sie nun die nächste Läuferin aus Italien.
Next to skate, representing Italy, Alessia Tornaghi.
There's the Italian flag, and here is Alessia Tornaghi, who is a 16-year-old from Milan, another high school student. She's coached by Eduardo de Bernidas and Claudio Massoero, and skating to Piano Concerto No. 3 and Piano Trio No. 1 by Rachmaninoff. Alessia Tornaghi skating for Italy. Landing very nicely on the beat there. Her final jumping element was the double axel, and the Italian champion, who has a best of 62.19, so will be expected to qualify, has performed really well so far. Well, that's the performance of the competition so far from Alessia Tornaghi of Italy. Excellent effort. Skating to Rachmaninoff. Getting a very good reception. Really appreciated as the stadium continues to fill. People coming in all the time now. And those that have taken the trouble to come fairly early on in the day will have seen a fine performance from young Tornaghi, and this must be pretty close to her personal best of 62.19. Seemed very composed and assured. I thought her presentation was also very enjoyable, and she seemed to have a really good feel for the music. Looking here at the review, open with the triple toe combination. She followed that. The second element was the triple lutz. She's a stylish young skater, and of course, with Karolina Kostner no longer competing, she's inspired a generation of Italian youngsters, and I can well imagine that Tornaghi would have grown up watching Kostner and dreaming of being able to do something close to what the great Kostner achieved. And here at 16, Tornaghi is showing that while there's still a very long way to go, she certainly has talent and a really good prospect for Italy. Well, there's
This
Tornaghi,
question is for Alessia Tornaghi
Anna
from
Capellini,
Italy.
and
Alessia
Eduardo de
Tornaghi aus
Bernardis.
Italien erhält für ihr
And
Kurzprogramm
61.27, it's a slight improvement on a previous best, so it's a new PB for Tornaghi, who has gone soaring out into the lead. She's gone over 3 points clear of Linnea Ceder, and those two have been a class apart so far of the rest, who are headed by Aleksandra Golovkina of Lithuania. Oh, she was rushing off to call home.
Next to stage, representing Finland, Jenni Saarinen.
And now our second Finnish skater in this group. The last to go in Group 2, this is Jenni Saarinen, 20-year-old from Tampere. She's coached by Minna Järvinen and is skating to Differente by the Gotan project. She comes here with a personal best of 60.06, so another who could well book her place in the last 24 if she skates up to par. Jenni Saarinen of Finland. Well, Saarinen with a bit of work to do here to ensure qualification after the tumble on the opening triple flip. She's just got the double axel to come of her jumping elements, which will need to be a good one. Well, Jenni Saarinen of Finland not really delivering here, I'm afraid. She was being urged along by quite a number in the audience, including quite a large contingent from Finland. But this was, I think, a long way below her best. And she's going to really struggle, I think, to move on in the competition. It was her first appearance at these European Championships, and it just appeared that that maybe the occasion got the better of her. And you can see that she's come off rather dejected. She just doesn't want to talk about it. And it went wrong right from the get-go. Down she went on the triple flip. I'm sure she had come here feeling that if she skated anywhere close to her capabilities, she'd be comfortably through to the free program in the last 24. And so this is going to be a tough few moments for Jenni Saarinen, who is also a very keen skier, all-round sports girl. Very athletic young lady. But for whatever reason, it just didn't happen today. As you saw later on in the program, she even missed the double axel, just a single axel. So probably at that point her head was a little bit scrambled. And just the concentration had gone. Jenni Saarinen with coach Minna Järvinen giving her a consolatory pat on the back. She's not going to like these numbers coming up in front of her.
Jenni Saarinen aus Finnland erhält für ihr Kurzprogramm
42.61. She can't even bear to look, and it's a difficult moment in front of the cameras for Jenni Saarinen, who I hope will take something away from this championships and come back and show us next time just what she can do. The last to go in Group 2. So we head on now. And the ladies in Group 3 are assembling just below me, preparing to be introduced. 5 more skaters bidding to assure themselves of qualification in the top 24. And about to be introduced now to the audience here in the arena. The first to go will be Anastasia Gozhva of Ukraine. Viktoriia Safonova of Belarus will follow her onto the ice. And then for France, Lea Serna will be the third to go.
From the Czech Republic, Klara Stepanova.
Klara Stepanova of the Czech Republic is the fourth skater.
From Israel, Nelli Ioffe.
And the last to go in Group 3 is Israel's Nelli Ioffe.
You now begin your 6-minute warm-up.
So 6 minutes, as ever, for them to warm up. And we'll be back in 5 to continue our coverage of the ladies' short programme, expecting to see the standard rising and rising as we move on towards the halfway stage in the competition.
Anastasia Gozhva ist die Drittplatzierte der ukrainischen Meisterschaften. Ihre ältere Schwester Daria ist auch Eiskunstläuferin.
She's the reigning national bronze medalist and competes in her second European Championships. From Ukraine, Anastasia Gozhva.
Viktoriia Safonova ist weißrussische Meisterin. Sie gewann in dieser Saison den Volvo Cup in Riga.
She is the 2020 national champion and competes in her first ISU championship. From Belarus, Viktoriia Safonova.
Lea Serna ist Dritte der französischen Meisterschaften. Ihr Coach Brian Joubert ist dreifacher Europameister und Weltmeister des Jahres 2007.
She competes in her first European Championships and is the 2020 national bronze medalist. From France, Lea Serna.
Klara Stepanova debütiert hier in Graz bei ISU-Meisterschaften. Sie ist die aktuelle Viertplatzierte der tschechischen Meisterschaften.
She was fourth at the national championships, and these are her first ISU championships. From the Czech Republic, Klara Stepanova.
Nelli Ioffe ist israelische Vizemeisterin und gebürtige Russin. Ihre Trainerin Ekaterina Kurakova war Paarläuferin der Weltklasse.
She competed in the Junior Grand Prix this fall season and is the national silver medalist. From Israel, Nelli Ioffe. There's 1 minute remaining in your warm-up.
Well, as the ladies move into the final minute of the warm-up, and our cameraman just pants around the audience, who are being surprised with images of themselves on the big screen in the arena. See if she wakes up. Oh, gosh. Supporting Germany, I believe. Let me just mention, because people joining the broadcast all the time, that 37 ladies have entered this competition, but only 24 go forward from the short program to the free tomorrow. The bottom 13 will not continue in the competition. And the leader at the moment, having produced a very good performance, Alessia Tornaghi, the 16-year-old from Italy. She leads the way with 61.27, ahead of Linnea Ceder of Finland at 58.01, and those two are some way clear of the rest, headed by Aleksandra Golovkina of Lithuania at 50.88. Well, the warm-up for Group 3 has now concluded. And we're left with one skater on the ice. And that is 18-year-old Anastasia Gozhva of Ukraine, third at the Ukrainian National Championships. She's from Kiev. Coached by Marina Amikanova. And she's skating to a soundtrack called Please, performed by Elijah Bossenbrook. Personal best of 44.21, so she'd need to step it up if she's to have a chance of going forward to the free program. This is the first to go in Group 3. It is Anastasia Gozhva of Ukraine. Well, Gozhva really showing signs of nerves. She completely missed the opening element and struggled on the triple loop, so she is really up against it. Anastasia Gozhva of Ukraine, and she really hasn't delivered here, I'm afraid. She will have known that with her personal best just above 44, she would have to produce something some way above anything she had achieved in competition previously, and that pressure came to bear very early on. A complete miss on the triple Lutz, and then a disappointing triple loop. She did land the double axel, and the spins were pretty good, but I'm afraid it just hasn't happened here for her, and she won't be going any further in the competition. And she'll have known that essentially after the first 45 seconds, and having to keep a focus and come through. She's actually shown commendable courage, really. I noticed after the first two elements she started to breathe rather heavily, and you could see the upset that she was trying to keep under control. She was 36th at last year's European Championships, so this hasn't so far been a lucky competition for her. But at the age of 18, there's still plenty of opportunities for her to return at this level and do better. Well, just a heads up for a little bit later on, while we just wait for the scores to come through for Gozhva, that the big three from Russia, Anna Sherbakova, Alena Kostornaia and Alexandra Trusova, will be coming up in the final group, and they will be skating from around 4:20 onwards, that final group. So that's something you just mustn't miss, because we could be in for some real fireworks. Plenty of good skaters before that as well, of course. But now let's just take in the score for Anastasia Gozhva. 40.49, with her presentation score helping make the total respectable, but not good enough, I'm afraid, on this occasion. Anastasia Gozhva of Ukraine. And from Ukraine to their near neighbor Belarus, and Viktoriia Safonova, the Belarus champion. She's visiting these championships for the very first time, 16 years old, and skating to the Welcome to Burlesque performed by Cher. She's coached by Oksana Matveva and has a personal best of 64.35. Viktoriia Safonova, the Belarus champion. Recognize this soundtrack as that which took Sofia Samodarova to the gold medal in last year's European Championships. And Safonova skating very well indeed so far. Yeah, she's going really well. Triple lutz, triple toe combination. Viktoriia Safonova of Bulgaria. Overall, a very good performance from her, more than good enough to go through. She just had that issue towards the end with the combination spin, but otherwise, some very competent skating from the Belarus champion, just 16 years old. And she's a good prospect. And taking her leave of the audience here in Graz, just shaking her head, I think. Wondering how things went astray in the spin, but otherwise, her jumping elements went very well indeed. And she chose this really good soundtrack. Opening with the double axel.
But never can possess. Nothing's what it seems. Welcome to burlesque.
She's quite a statuesque young lady. And she makes, that's the mistake there in the spin. We haven't seen the combination. Triple Lutz, triple toe was the big scoring element, which the judges have just noted an under-rotation on the triple toe, so that will not quite score as highly as first expected.
You can dream of Coco, do it at your risk. The triplet scratchiness.
But that loss of the spin is going to impact her score. I'd expect her to still qualify
The scores
without
placed
too
by
much
Viktoriia
trouble.
Safonova from Belarus.
Viktoriia Safonova aus Weißrussland
previous best this season.
erhält für ihr Kurzprogramm 53,33
53.33, it's just a little bit lower than I anticipated.
She's earned a total of
But she's in third place at the moment.
points and is currently
And
in third place.
As the 12th skater,
Thank you.
she must have a very good chance of going forward. But some way behind the leader, which continues to be Alessia Tornaghi of Italy at
Next to
61.27.
stage, representing France, Lea Serna.
Now the first of the French contenders. This is Lea Serna from Poitiers. She's 20 years old. She's coached by Brian Joubert and Cornelia Paquier, and skating here to experience. She has a best of 62.43. Lea Serna of France. Well, a good triple flip, and after the issue with the second part of the combination, that has really helped to steady her score. Lea Serna of France. Overall, a solid performance. She was third at the French National Championships, and you may well have seen her at the Grand Prix at the International de France in Grenoble just a couple of months ago, where she finished a respectable 8th. And you see her technical score as things stand prior to the judges' review, just a point behind the leader. She lists horse riding among her main hobbies away from ice skating. But all the focus here on the ice. She opened with a double axel, and then the triple Lutz, triple toe combination. Well, the Lutz was fine, the triple toe didn't quite work out. Here we go. Just not really having the momentum to complete the third rotation. But she very quickly put that behind her. There was a good triple flip. Her spins were rock solid. And her score is going to be comfortably enough, I'm sure, to see her moving on in the competition and presenting her free program, which will be to the Light of the Seven from the Game of Thrones soundtrack. Well, back with her team jacket on, Team France, alongside Brian Joubert.
The scores, please.
Here's Lea Serna's
from France.
Score.
Lea Serna aus Frankreich erhält für ihr Kurzprogramm
59.9. She took a deep breath there. 59.9 for Lea Serna. She's in second place at the moment. She's just moved ahead now of Linnea Ceder of Finland, but the lead remains in the hand of Alessia Tornaghi. But unless I'm very much mistaken, we'll be seeing more of Lea Serna in this competition.
Representing the Czech Republic, Klara Stepanova.
Now the penultimate skater in this third group, and she represents the Czech Republic. She's from Koprivnici. Klara Stepanova, 17-year-old high school student, skating to Stop by Sam Brown, a best of 47.57, so she's going to have to produce something special. Stepanova of the Czech Republic. Well, I'm glad she managed the double axel, having really struggled on the previous two jumping elements. Klara Stepanova of the Czech Republic getting a sympathetic round of applause. Quite a baptism of fire for this 17-year-old at her debut ISU championship. She hasn't produced her best, that's for sure. But hopefully she'll be learning from the experience. Coached by Evgen Milchinsky and Vladimira Milchinska. But she needed to be absolutely at her peak to have a chance of going forward, having a personal best coming here of 47.57. And she's going to be quite a way down on that. So I anticipate it will be the first and unfortunately the last that we'll see of Klara Stepanova. Shows a really good soundtrack. And she moved well across the ice, but the jumping elements left a lot to be desired. The opening triple salcho. And the triple flip. Really set the seal on her fate in this competition. Enjoys playing the piano in her spare time, and I'm sure, like so many of these young ladies who dedicate themselves to figure skating, most of her spare time will be spent training and working on her craft in the figure skating world. There with her coaches, they look resigned to their fate, you'd have to say, but they seem to be taking it in good heart.
From the Czech Republic.
Klara Stepanova aus Tschechien erhält für ihr Kurzprogramm 37,83 Punkte.
Just 37.83, so 13th of the 14 to have skated so far. And it now means that we're able to start clocking up the qualifiers, the first of whom is confirmed as Alessia Tornaghi of Italy.
Next to skate, representing Israel, Nelli Ioffe.
And now the last to go in Group 3 is the Israeli contender Nelli Ioffe, who's just 15 years old. She's skating to memory from Cats, and she comes here with a personal best of 51.71, so she'll need to be right on her game here. This is Nelli Ioffe of Israel. Well, Nelli has made an assured start to her first appearance at a major championships. We'll see now if she can keep it going. Well done indeed to young Nelli Ioffe of Israel, just 15 years old, at her first major senior competition. And she skated very nicely. And the audience appreciated this. She's getting a good reception, and a few Israeli supporters in the audience here in Austria. Personal best of 51.71, and she's not going to be at all far away from that, so giving herself a sporting chance of qualification for the last 24. She bids farewell to the audience and returns to her coach, Ekaterina Kurakova. Based in Moscow, skating here for Israel. She's a member of the Holon skating club in South Tel Aviv. And if she was feeling any nerves, she didn't obviously show that. Open with the triple flip double toe, which we note an under rotation on the triple flips, so not quite as high a score on that element as had been anticipated, but still overall a very promising program. She was second at this season's Israeli National Championships. Quite a stylish performance. But that reminds you that out in the lead is Alessia Tornaghi, who's already qualified. We've also seen very promising performance from Lea Serna of France and Linnea Ceder of Finland. They are the top three at the moment. There's Nelli.
The scores please for Nelli Ioffe from Israel.
Nelli Ioffe aus Israel erhält für Kurzprogramm.
And she scores 51.70, and that is just 1/100th of a point below her personal best. So she's come here and skated very close indeed to her best ever score. And there she is on the board in 5th of the 15 at the moment. So remember, it's the bottom 13 who don't go forward, so it much depends on how they'll be skating in the next group or two as to whether or not we'll see more of Nelli Ioffe. And there's a confirmed qualification for both Tornaghi of Italy and Serna of France. Linnea Ceder also almost certain to go forward. We'll see about the rest as things pan out over the next few hours. Remember, the big guns coming up after 4 o'clock, the Great Russian Trio. So do remember to join us for that. We're going to take a break now. We'll be having the ice resurfaced after the mascots exit, and we'll be back in 15 minutes' time with further coverage of the short program here in Graz at the Ladies Short Program European Figure Skating Championships.
snow mixture. And now we clean the ice and put fresh water on that. And this will freeze within some minutes. Also wir reinigen das Eis, kurz dann kommt Wasser, beziehungsweise dann wird Wasser aufgemacht, das sollte ganz schnell frieren und dann geht schon weiter mit der nächsten Runde. Schauen wir mal auf die Uhr, 13:49. Wie spät haben wir es? 49, 57. Sind wir noch gut im Rennen? Ja. Was passiert eigentlich? Was passiert eigentlich, wenn du zu schnell unterwegs bist und dann geht das gar nicht schneller? Nicht so nice. Ja, nicht schlecht. Also André, du bist ein wirklich gesprächiger Typ, muss ich wirklich sagen. Sehr kurz und prägnant. Ja, meine Damen und Herren, wir melden uns in Kürze wieder von der Eismaschine. Jetzt gibt's noch mal ein bisschen Musik. So, bin wieder gut angekommen am Boden, am sicheren, festen Boden. Und bald, meine Damen und Herren, geht es auch schon weiter. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm safe, everything is okay, and we will continue in a few seconds. Es war gut. Einmal auf einer Eismaschine. Once alive on an Eismaschine. Jetzt kenne ich mich aus. Now I know how they work. Ja, ladies and gentlemen, the judges panel is filling up again. Die kommen auch alle wieder rein, die Wertungsrichter. Are you ready? Are you ready? Yes. Ja, perfekt. That's perfect. Nochmal alle verwirren, bevor es losgeht. Auch Swiss Timing natürlich mit dabei, immer wieder verantwortlich, dass alles hier an Ergebnissen richtig ausgegeben wird. Also Swiss Timing is here and responsible for showing results and the calculations and so on. So the technical stuff behind it all. Ja, meine Damen und Herren, jetzt muss ich einmal nachfragen, wo sind denn unsere österreichischen Fans? Denn jetzt kommt sie dann mit Startnummer 18 in Gruppe 4. Österreich, wo sind wir? Ja, da geht aber dann während der Veranstaltung noch mehr, gell, wenn die da läuft. So, die Olga. Seid ihr heute am Abend auch alle dabei? Mit der Miriam und dem Severin, glaube ich. So heißt du, ne? Ja, Severin. Okay. Machen wir nochmal mit dem Österreicher, bitte, Steirer, Österreicher, wie auch immer. Ihr seid ja normalerweise viel lauter bei allen anderen Events. Österreich! Ja, ist in Ordnung. Kann man damit leben. Are you ready? Yeah, she's ready. Are you ready? Of course, perfect. And you as well, or?
I must be ready.
You must be ready, as I would also. That's great.
Welcome the skaters of the next group on the ice.
Well, welcome back to Graz, to the short program competition in the ladies event as we move on now to Group 4. It's Paul Alster with you here in the stadium as we see the first to skate in this group, Niki Wories of the Netherlands.
From France, Maia Mazzara.
She's followed by Maia Mazzara of France. There'll be a big cheer for the next in the group. Local girl Olga Mikutina represents Austria.
From Georgia, Alina Urushadze.
Georgia represented by Alina Urushadze, just 16 years old.
From Switzerland, Yasmin Kimiko
And for
Yamada.
Switzerland, Yasmin Kimiko Yamada. Those are our 5 ladies who will be taking part here in Group 4. It's coming up very shortly, the action. They have 6-minute warm-up and we'll be back to you in 5.
Seit kurzem trainiert sie in den USA.
She was 15th at last year's European Championships and is the 2020 national bronze medalist. From Switzerland, Yasmin Kimiko Yamada. There's 1 minute remaining in your warm-up.
Well, we're inside the final half minute of the warm-up for the ladies in Group 4 as the competition in the short programme progresses. Let me just remind you that your leader at the moment and the first to qualify, Alessia Tornaghi at 61.27. The second qualifier, we've just got the two so far, guaranteed a place in the last 24. That is Lea Serna of France. She scored 59.9, so I would say that anything in the mid to high 50s will probably be good enough to go forward in the competition. So the ice has cleared and we're about to move on with the first in Group 4, number 16 of the 37 contenders in the competition, which goes right through until around just after 5 o'clock, so still 3 hours of skating. There's going to be some terrific action coming up, particularly in the final group with the three sensational Russian stars.
Next to skate, representing the Netherlands.
They're going to be with us
Niki Wories.
from about 4:20 onwards, the really big names. But here is Niki Wories representing the Netherlands, 23 years old, coached by Nicholas Young and Ian Connolly. And she's skating to Ivett Toth. Niki Wories with a season's best of 55.12. If she could reproduce that, it will give her a pretty good chance of going on in the competition. After such a torrid start, Niki Wories really knows that she has to produce something very special if she's going to continue on in these championships. Niki Wories of the Netherlands, skating for the Netherlands. She is, though, based in Montreal in Canada, where she's coached by Nicholas Young and Ian Connolly and choreographed by Julie Marcotti. But I'm afraid it all went wrong right at the start for Niki, who is appearing at her first European Championships since she finished 20th in the 2016 European event. So it's been 4 years, but I'll be very surprised indeed if what she's done is anywhere near good enough to take her through to the last 24. People joining us all the time on the broadcast, and a very warm welcome along to the ISU European Figure Skating Championships from Graz in Austria, where we have the short program here in the ladies' event, where 37 have entered and 24 will be going on to tomorrow's free program. Let me remind you as well that later on today, once we've had the excitement of the conclusion of this ladies' short program, there will be a break, and then we'll be back at 7 o'clock local time for the conclusion of the pairs competition. And that promises to be a real cracker. At the moment, Boykova and Kozlovsky of Russia are out into a very clear lead of over 7.5 points. So they're going to take a bit of catching. But Pavlyuchenko and Kodakin, and of course Tarasova and Morozov, who weren't at their best in the short program, will be bidding to reel them in, as too will the likes of Delamonica and Guarise, and there'll be huge support, I'm sure, in the arena for local stars Miriam Ziegler and Severin Kiefer. We're expecting a lot of people here for the evening session, and you can join us for it all. It will start at 7 o'clock local time here in Graz. Well, as we watch Niki Wories through her review, and you can see that look there. Well, a shrug of the shoulders. It doesn't always work out. That's the way things go.
The scores, please, for Niki Wories.
And her 55.12 would have probably been good enough. That's her season's best to move on in the competition. But at 38.19, you don't need me to tell you that is the first and unfortunately the last we'll be seeing this time around of Niki Wories of the Netherlands. We'll wish her much better luck next time round. Jorit Jendrich to her right there, giving her a consolation, a pat as well.
Next to skate, representing
There's the French flag.
Maia Mazzara.
And the French already with Lea Serna qualified with 59.90. Could Maia Mazzara join her teammate in the last 24? Maia Mazzara, 16 years old, from Strasbourg. She's skating to the Rocks Tango, and she is coached by Florent Amodio and Francois Bonnard. Maia Mazzara of France. And with that good combination at the far end of the arena, the triple toe, a fine short program so far from Maia Mazzara, who looks well on her way to qualification for the top 24. A really good effort there from Maia Mazzara of France, born in Clermont, based in Strasbourg now, where she's at college. And I'm sure that all her friends from college who'll be watching on will be very proud of the way she's performed. And of course, her coaching team as well, Florent Amodio, Francois Bonnard, and choreographer Pierre-Loup Bouquet. Bravo, they say, and you could not argue with that. So the French team doing really well, with Lea Serna already qualified. Maia Mazzara not going to be too far away from her personal best of 59.48. This young lady who was second at the French Championships this season. This is her first appearance at the European Senior Championships, and she didn't show a hint of nerves. Shows a good soundtrack, always engages the audience. Good technique. close-up of the blade spinning. Great camera work once again. And listen out as well for the ringside microphones that are a new feature here of the coverage, where you'll, particularly at the quieter periods in the music, you'll hear the skates crunching through the ice, especially when they move close to the edge of the rink. And it just gives you a real feel for the action on the ice itself.
The scores please for Maia Mazzara from France.
Maia Mazzara aus Frankreich erhält für ihr Kurzprogramm
Yes, 57.11. That's a rock-solid effort. It's an automatic qualification. So she is already straight into the, there you see it, into the top 24 with 57.11. The one that's waiting on qualification to see if her score is good enough is Viktoriia Safonova, and below her is Israeli 15-year-old Nelli Ioffe.
Olga Mikutina.
And now Austria's own Olga Mikutina out onto the ice. She's both the Austrian junior and senior champion from Feldkirch. High school student, originally from Kharkiv in the Ukraine. She has a best of 52.37. Can she produce the goods in front of her home crowd? Ukraine-born but skating for Austria, Olga Mikutina. Well, Olga's chosen a great soundtrack, and she's made a really good start to her short program with the crowd right behind her. And they're going to get going now, I'm sure, and try and bring her home and guarantee her a place in the free program. And the crowd here in Graz really loving this. There she is, Olga Mikutina, delighting the home crowd here
From Austria, Olga
with a really
Mikutina.
good performance to Sing Sing Sing. The high school student from Feldkirch. And they've come here, the audience, hoping she'd be able to make it through, and I think she's done that fairly comfortably. So much pressure. It's great to have the home crowd with you, but the obligation you feel to deliver makes the pressure even greater. Here she is in that eye-catching outfit. It's a kind of a retro outfit, really. I was trying to think what it reminded me of, and it's probably, if you've seen any of those old black and white movies of Shirley Temple, it's that type of an outfit. But it served her very well here. Her season's best coming into this was 46.41 and a personal best of 52.37, which looks like it could be in danger.
Shoo, 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 baby. Shoo, 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 baby. Ba, 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 baby. Do-da-do-day. Pop us up to the 7 seas.
And it was clear to see from very early on in her program that she was really enjoying the experience. Coached by Elena Romanova and choreographed by Rostislav Sinisin. And I'm sure they're very pleased indeed with the way she's responded to the challenge here at these 2020 European Figure Skating Championships. She's got a look-alike doll. Always a bit scary, those dolls, when they look like somebody. Voodoo-like.
Olga Mikutina aus Österreich hat für ihr Kurzprogramm
Well, it's a personal best score of 53.19. 53.19. It's just behind Viktoriia Safonova, who is now qualified. So Olga Mikutina is the first non-qualifier at the moment. So there's a pretty good chance that we'll be seeing more of her.
Nächste Läuferin aus Georgien.
Next to skate, representing Georgia, Alina Urushadze.
Now Georgia already enjoying the great championships with a bronze in the men's from Morisi Kvitelashvili, and that would have boosted the team. Alina Urushadze, 16 years old, is skating for Georgia. She's based in Moscow, where she's a high school student. She's skating to the Bolero by Ravel, and she's coached by Svetlana Sokolovskaya. She has a personal best of 63.1, and that is in excess of the lead score at present. So a big performance could take her a long way in this competition. Alina Urushadze. But as we hear the skates crunching through the ice, Urushadze has already scored heavily, including one of the highest scoring elements so far in the competition, the opening triple Lutz, triple toe combination. She's really going very well at the moment. Yes, a good performance from Alina Urushadze of Georgia, more than good enough to assure her qualification. Looks very composed and calm, doesn't she? Just 16 years old.
From Georgia, Alina Urushadze.
And she's more than performed up to expectations here. It's her first appearance at the European Championships. She had been 11th at last year's World Junior Championships. Second towards the end of last year in the Bosphorus Cup in Istanbul. One or two gifts coming onto the ice. And moving over now to the kiss and cry as we take a look at her programme in review. She looked good, eye-catching costumes, skating to this iconic piece of music. And here was the opening combination. Just a little awkward on the landing, but the triple Lutz, triple toe was a heavy scoring start to her programme. She produced the double axel and later on triple flip. Some good spins as well. Actually born in Latvia, in Riga. Very keen language student. She's very interested in expanding her linguistic capabilities. And some really good shots there of Urushadze. The lead at the moment still with Alessia Tornaghi, who was one of the earlier starters, produced that very good 61.27. But Urushadze in the kiss and cry, awaiting her results. Flowers still looking fresh and lovely.
The scores, please,
a few winter berries in there as well.
From Georgia.
Alina Urushadze aus Georgien erhält für ihr Kurzprogramm
59.56 Punkte. And that's third place at the moment. Very comfortable qualification for Urushadze. So it's job done. Linnea Ceder in fourth. Maia Mazzara also qualified. And so too Viktoriia Safonova of Belarus.
Next to skate, representing Switzerland, Yasmin Kimiko Yamada.
And the last in Group 4 is Yasmin Kimiko Yamada of Switzerland, from Zurich. She's 22 years old. She's a student out there in Zurich. She was 15th at last year's championships. Has a best of 58.78, and she's skating to another iconic melody, Summertime by George Gershwin. Nice crisp double axel as the music changes pace. This modern version of the American folk classic. A strong performance from Yasmin Kimiko Yamada of Switzerland, skating to summertime.
Yasmin Kimiko Yamada.
Coached by Stanislav Samohin. And there was a certain effervescence about that performance. She's got a really nice persona on the ice. Big smile. Looks like she's enjoying herself. And you can see, there she is. A happy soul. And why not?
Oh, it's me.
Here's a review. Very eye-catching outfit with that that neck diamante thing, whatever it is. Is it neck collar you'd call it? I don't know. Fashion's not my thing. Just that awkward moment early on the triple toe combination, and the judges they're having a look at the triple lutz later on as well. We'll come to that in due course. Really bluesy saxophone through the first half of this short program before they change tempo, and that gives a nice lift to the performance, engages the audience as well. The only thing I would say is the fade-out ending. I'm not a fan of those because the audience don't really know when to react when it's actually finished. Much better to have a clean, crisp ending, and then the reaction comes all together instead of in dribs and drabs. Well, she's an all-round sport, is Yasmin. Not just a figure skater, she plays tennis, she goes skiing. Enjoys her sports. Plenty of great skiing out in Switzerland, of course. Coached by the Samohin family.
The scores please for Yasmin Kimiko Yamada from Switzerland.
She needs to score above 53.19 to qualify. That's the score of Austria's Olga Mikutina, so the local fans watching very closely the scoreboard. But it's 51.77, and that means that Mikutina of Austria is qualified. Not sure the audience have quite realized it, but Yamada now down in 8th place. She's just ahead of Nelli Ioffe of Israel. So it's Tornaghi, Serna, Urushadze, Ceder, Mazzara, Safonova and Mikutina who are the qualifiers at the moment. And those are those on the cusp. Yamada, Ioffe and Golovkina.
Please welcome the next group of skaters on the ice.
And now moving on to Group 5, more familiar faces appearing on the ice and about to be introduced.
From Armenia, Anastasia Galustyan.
Anastasia Galustyan, first to go in Group 5, represents Armenia.
From Estonia, Eva-Lotta Kiibus.
Eva-Lotta Kiibus from Estonia will be second to go. And then the senior contender, I think, in the competition, Dasa Grm of Slovenia.
From Poland,
Ekaterina Kurakova will skate for Poland. And the last to go in this group will be Great Britain's Natasha McKay. So, as you heard, 6 minutes ahead of them. And we'll take the 5-minute break and then be back as we work our way through the short program, getting ever closer to the really big names and the star-studded Russian trio who will appear in the final group.
Anastasia Galustyan nimmt seit 2015 an Europameisterschaften teil. Ihr bester Platz ist der 12. vor 3 Jahren. Sie wird von ihren Eltern in Moskau trainiert.
She was 8th at the 2019 Winter Junior Series. Her best placement at a European Championships was a 12th place in 2017. From Armenia, Anastasia Galustyan.
Eva-Lotta Kiibus ist estnische Meisterin. Ihr Bruder ist der bekannte Rapper Nublu. Ihre Trainerin Anna Levandi-Kondrashova war Zweitplatzierte der Weltmeisterschaften 1984.
Last year she competed in both the World and the Junior World Championships, and she's reigning national champion from Estonia, Eva-Lotta Kiibus.
Dasa Grm ist 7-fache slowenische Meisterin und nimmt seit 2014 an Europameisterschaften teil. Sie ist ihre eigene Trainerin und Choreografin.
She is 7-time national champion and was 17th at last year's European Championships. From Slovenia, Dasa Grm.
Ekaterina Kurakova ist polnische Meisterin und trainiert beim früheren Weltmeister und Olympiazweiten Brian Orser in Kanada.
She is the 2020 national champion and competed in the Junior Grand Prix this season. From Poland, Ekaterina Kurakova.
Natasha McKay ist 4-fache britische Meisterin. Sie ist bekannt dafür, dass sie ihre Sprünge und Pirouetten in verschiedene Richtungen dreht.
She is 20th at last year's European Championships and is a 4-time and reigning national champion. From Great Britain, Natasha McKay.
Well, a couple of minutes left in the warm-up for Group 5. There's a bit of a hairdo for you. Hope for her sake it's not real. Or is it him? Or I don't know, probably her. Anyway, I wanted to mention to you the ISU Skating Awards. There's another piece of headgear. They're not holding back here in Austria this afternoon. But the ISU Skating Awards, now, it's well worth checking the ISU.org website because it's a new initiative where, as part of the exhibition gala at the Figure Skating Championships, we're going to be having an awards ceremony for the first time in which you're able to vote for the most valuable skater, the best costume, the most entertaining program, the best newcomer, best choreographer, best coach, and the Lifetime Achievement Award. It's going to take place in Montreal at the World Championships in March, and there'll be 3 nominees in each category. And if you want to vote for your favorites, then now's the time to start getting involved. The nominations close in early March the 10th, I believe. So now is the time to take part interactively by going to the ISU.org website and voting for your favorites who will be receiving their awards at the ISU Skating Awards in Montreal in March.
Nicht mehr
This concludes your warm-up. Would you please clear the ice? Thank you.
Well, the warm-up has concluded. And our 5 ladies in Group 5 are preparing for action, and the first to go is going to be Anastasia Galustyan of Armenia. She skates for Armenia, but she is born and bred in Moscow.
Sie kommt aus Armenien.
Coached by Nicole Schott
Anastasia
and
Galustyan.
Irina Galustyan, her mum. And she's skating to Je t'aime, performed by Lara Fabian. Now she has a personal best of 52.39. The score to beat is 61.28, but her target, I'm sure, will be to score above 53.19 in order to guarantee qualification. So Anastasia Galustyan of Armenia is first to go in Group 5. Nice performance so far from Anastasia Galustyan, who you may recall was 12th at these championships, her best finish back in 2017. And she looks to be safely on her way to qualification here at the 2020 championships. Finishing right over at the far end of the arena, having skated very well indeed. Really good performance from Anastasia Galustyan, putting her experience to very good use here. She's appearing at her 5th European Championships, 22nd last year, but a best finish of 12th in 2017. She was 13th in 2015 and 15th in 2016.
From Armenia, Anastasia Galustyan.
Well, the opening combination, the judges are taking a look at that, were being informed, and the audience really having enjoyed that performance, skating to, and just in case you didn't catch it during the soundtrack, it's called Je t'aime by Lara Fabian, a lady with lungs of iron. Here's Anastasia. And here's the review. Now this is the opening combination where she's awkward, the edge not, and again not quite on the mark, so it looks like there will be a slightly lower score than originally anticipated. And also the triple flip is being called into question, so Galustyan, who appeared to be comfortably home, may not quite be as safe as it appeared before the judges' review. But that's what they're there for. The highest non-qualifier, I'll try again, non-qualifier is Yasmin Kimiko Yamada at 51.77. Just 7 100ths behind her is Nelli Ioffe. So they've changed the background there in the kiss and cry.
The scores please for Anastasia Galustyan from Armenia.
Anastasia Galustyan aus Armenien erhält für ihr Kurzprogramm 50,08 Punkte.
50.08 in 11th place. Well, they really have taken her scores down, and that means she isn't automatically qualified. It means that Yasmin Kimiko Yamada is through, and Galustyan is going to have to wait. The highest non-qualifier now on the cusp is Nelli Ioffe, but still Alessia Tornaghi of Italy continues to lead the way with 61.27. On we go now to Estonia's Eva-Lotta Kiibus, a 17-year-old, originally from Tallinn, now based at Keila, where she's at high school. She's skating to Heights of the Rising Sun, and she's coached by Anna Lavandi. Eva-Lotta Kiibus of Estonia. Well, just an awkward double axel, but prior to that, some very assured skating from Kiibus of Estonia. As the music ratchets up. Oh, she finished spot on the music, didn't she? In there, she puffs her cheeks out. Gosh, she says, I did well, didn't I? Well, she's going to move to the centre ice now and take her bow in front of the audience. Quite a few coming back from lunch. Been availing themselves of the culinary delights on offer here around the stadium. So Eva-Lotta Kiibus skating really well. Now we thought Galustyan was going to be home safe and sound and didn't get that one quite right, but Kiibus surely has done more than enough to qualify, and you can see the sense of relief on her face. It was a soundtrack that took a while to get going, wasn't it? But once it did, it was a powerful track and she got the very best out of it. The only issue really was the double axel, her final jumping element, having opened here with a triple toe combination. This is Eva-Lotta's first European Championships, but if you recognise her, it might be that you recall seeing her at the World Championships in March, where she was a very creditable 22nd on debut. So she's obviously got a good temperament. That was the one error on the double axel. Otherwise, a strong programme from the young lady from Estonia. Choreographer Benoit Richaud alongside Anna Lavandi, and in the middle Eva-Lotta Kiibus.
The scores please for Eva-Lotta Kiibus.
Personal best 59.84.
Eva-Lotta Kiibus aus Estland bekommt für ihr
very close to that, 59.7, and that is the third best performance we've seen so far here today. Very comfortably qualified. Well done to Eva-Lotta, who's going to be skating to Histoire d'un amour as her free program tomorrow.
Next to skate, representing Slovenia, Dasa Grm.
And now a lady who's been here a few times before. She's 28 years old now, from Slovenia, from Celje. Dasa Grm, 17th at last year's European Championships, 20th the year before. And she's skating here to Bloodstream by Tokyo Myers. She has a season's best of 58.91. Dasa Grm of Slovenia. Well, it's been a very solid performance so far. She's showing her experience here. Dasa Grm bidding to qualify for the final stages at the European Championships for the 3rd year in succession. Yes, this was a nice performance from Dasa Grm. Very experienced, really loves competing. And surely enough to move on in the competition as a teddy bear comes flying past me onto the ice. And the two young ladies racing to do the pickup. Oh, there's a third coming in. We've got a race on here. Late starter takes it. Dasa Grm, university graduate who spends much of her time these days as well as a choreographer for young skaters in Slovenia. And the choreography and presentation was as ever strong. She looked very refined in a nice costume. Classical black and white. Here's the review. Once again, a soundtrack that started off very gentle and tender and then gathered pace when the bass came in. She was very assured, I thought, throughout this performance. As you might expect, being a choreographer for so many youngsters, she does her own choreography for her programs. And assuming she has done enough, and we shouldn't take it for granted, but assuming she has done enough to go through, she'll be skating in the free program to a medley of songs by Beyoncé. So Beyoncé fans will have something to enjoy, all being well. Let's just wait and see, though.
The scores, please, for Dasa Grm, Slovenia.
Dasa Grm aus Slowenien erhält für ihr Kurzprogramm
56.07, and that's a rock-solid score. It's seventh place. She looks across to her coach and gets the nod that she's there. There's the Q, that's the letter she's looking for, qualified. So once again, for the 3rd year running, she will be with us in the final stages on the last night of competition tomorrow. Remember as well, we'll be back on Sunday for the gala exhibition performance. That's going to be a cracker. Now we move on to our next contender, Ekaterina Kurakova from Poland. Out on the ice, she's skating to the classic track La Vie en Rose. She's coached by Brian Orser, choreographed by David Wilson, and has a best this season of 66.08. Ekaterina Kurakova is representing Poland.
Derrière
This is a lovely performance from Kurakova, who really has presence on the ice. And she already has the audience with her in the change of tempo in this short program. Lovely performance from a very sweet young lady, Ekaterina Kurakova, 17 years old, from Torun in Poland. And her fans delighted with this effort, and as you see from her score on the technical side, it's just surpassed our leader. And I've got to say, I thought her presentation was very good indeed. She really has a very endearing manner on the ice. She's in the right hands, of course, trained by Brian Orser with David Wilson as choreographer, so they've obviously seen in her the potential to be a useful skater. Well, she skated to a very famous melody, made famous by La Piaf, the Little Sparrow. And this fairly diminutive skater, very good technically. And incredibly composed and mature in her attitude on the ice. She's the reigning Polish national champion. And she's made the step up from national championships to her first major international senior championship. She's taken it very much in her stride. Again, lovely to see the close-up, in this case of Ekaterina Kurakova. She likes knitting, keen on knitting. Hopefully she's been stitching away and come up with a nice warm sweater for backstage. Knit one, purl one. She really is, has a very sweet way about her, doesn't she?
The scores, please, for Ekaterina Kurakova from Poland.
Ekaterina Kurakova aus Polen erhält für ihr Kurzprogramm.
Yeah, 58.49. It's a very safe qualification for Kurakova. She's in 5th place at the moment. A few points below her best, some 7 points below her very best, but it's the main thing is her qualification, so we'll be able to see her free program.
Next to skate, representing Great Britain, Natasha McKay.
Now we move on to Natasha McKay, a Scottish lady from Dundee, 25 years old now. She's been British champion for the last 4 seasons. She's coached by Simon and Debbie Briggs, and she's skating to the Song for the Little Sparrow by Korzeniowski. Personal best this season of just 49.09. She needs to surpass that if she's going to ensure qualification. Natasha McKay skates for Great Britain. Well, after two rock-solid opening elements, the double axel just caught her out. But she's got a vast pool of experience, Natasha McKay, and she'll be pressing on, looking to achieve the qualification standard. Natasha McKay of Great Britain, coached by Debbie and Simon Briggs and choreographed by Benoit Richaud. Has she done enough to go through? I'm not sure. It's going to be pretty close. She made a good start with a triple loop double toe combination and a solid triple salchow. The only real blemish was the double axel. And with a previous best this season of 49.09, although she has reached as high as 56.4 in the past, that's her PP, then it might be very borderline as to whether or not the British champion goes forward. She needs to score 51.77 or above. That's the last qualifying score at the moment of Yasmin Kimiko Yamada of Switzerland. The first non-qualifier as things stand at the moment is Nelli Ioffe of Israel at 51.7. The tumble on the double axel, but she presented a program very well with a lot of experience to draw on. '20th at last year's Europeans and 18th in 2017. She also went to the World Championships last year, finishing 21st. So lots of experience at major championship level. Well, waiting for the results there. Simon Briggs on the left of screen, looking slightly anxious. Remember, it needs to be above 51.77 to qualify.
Natasha McKay aus Großbritannien erhält für ihr Kurzprogramm.
It's a season's best of 52.47, and by my reckoning, that is enough to go forward in the competition. Let's just wait to see if that is confirmed.
And is currently in 11th
There it is, the letter
place.
Q is next to her name, and she'll see that now. And she's done it. So Natasha McKay is through, and it's still Nelli Ioffe who is waiting to see if there's any possibility of her finding a way through.
At 3:30.
So we have a break now. We'll be back in 15 minutes' time as they prepare the ice for the last two groups, and this is where the competition really begins, I suppose, with the big names, in particular, of course, in the final group with the Russian star trio of Anna Sherbakova, Alena Kostornaia, and of course Alexandra Trusova, and their battle catching the attention not just of the figure skating world but beyond, and we'll be bringing you coverage of that. So come back to us in 15 minutes for the final session in the short programme of the ladies' competition.
Also wunderschön, also ich muss ehrlich gestehen, ich bin ja bei allen sehr begeistert, was hier auftreten. Und die wahren Eiskunstlaufexperten, die kennen natürlich die Nummern, die Unterschiede, die Halten. Aber ich muss sagen, ich freue mich großartig für Sie und wir haben den Moment, oder beziehungsweise Ihre Emotionen und vor allem Ihre Nachricht an uns alle, wie Sie erfahren haben, dass Sie die Qualifikation geschafft haben. Liebe Olga.
Weil dieses Mädchen läuft öfter und schon einige Jahre WM und ja, leider hat der Niki jetzt noch nicht, aber wir sind wieder. Yes!
Ja, kleiner hätte es gar nicht ausfallen können, dieses.
Den Eintrag hat mir Frau Dagmar geschenkt und ich bin sehr dankbar für das. Dankeschön. Ich mag es noch. Das ist noch alles. Unsere Mädchen haben extra so einen großen Bär gekauft und auch da runtergeschmissen. Und also ja, es ist einfach, wir sind sehr dankbar unseren allen Fans und allen unseren Clubkolleginnen und Kollegen und überhaupt Verband und alle haben uns wunderbar unterstützt. Also ja, mehr kann man nicht sagen. Gratuliere!
Also was gibt es, meine Damen und Herren, Schöneres, als ja, sich zu qualifizieren und dann auch noch so freuen. Und ich muss ja ehrlich gestehen, also wenn die Größe dieses Stoff, die es für die Qualifikation reicht, für die Kür, dann will ich gar nicht wissen, wie groß der Stoff hier ausfallen würde, sollte sie gewinnen. Das wäre sehr interessant. Das wäre dann nochmal 3 Meter mal 5 Meter groß. Ja, meine Damen und Herren, also ein spannender Nachmittag hier und es gibt nicht nur einen spannenden Nachmittag. Heute ist ja nur unter Anführungszeichen Kurzprogramm der Damen. Es geht heute Abend auch wieder um Medaillen. Und zwar, wir haben auch die Kür der Paare heute noch. Ladies and gentlemen, we have not just the short program of the ladies, we have also a medal competition this evening. The pairs free program and we are looking forward to this evening session as well. Meine Damen und Herren, wir haben auch noch ein paar Highlights für Sie und zwar von der gestrigen Preisverleihung und ich bin der Meinung, das schauen wir uns jetzt mal an. Ladies and gentlemen, if you couldn't have been here yesterday at the victory ceremony, we have some highlights for you.
Feeling my way through the darkness, guided by a beating heart. I can't tell where the journey will end, but I know where to start. They tell me I'm too young to understand. They say I'm caught up in a dream.
So, meine Damen und Herren, geht schon wieder weiter. So schnell ist die Aufbereitung abgeschlossen. Könnte man als Blitzeis bezeichnen. Ladies and gentlemen, in a few seconds we will continue with Group 6 and 7. The last but not least two groups in this competition ladies short program. Einige deutsche Fans sind auch hier, habe ich gesehen.
Welcome the next group of skaters on the ice.
Well, thanks for joining us once again as we now move on to crunch time in the ladies' short program. The final two groups still to go, and here is Group 6, in which there are 6 contenders. And the first to go will be Alexandra Feigin of Bulgaria.
From Finland, Emmi Peltonen.
She'll be followed by Emmi Peltonen of Finland.
From Sweden,
Also
Anita
from
Ostlund.
Scandinavia, Sweden's Anita Ostlund is in this sixth group.
From the Czech Republic, Eliska Brezinova.
Eliska Brezinova of the Czech Republic, fourth to go.
From France,
The Czech
Mae
champion.
Berenice Meite.
And the French champion, Mae Berenice Meite, will be the fifth in the group, followed by Hungary's Ivett Toth. So some very familiar skaters and some real quality guaranteed. And do remember, let me remind you, if you've been with us through the course of the day, but many people just joining us now as we come to the real crunch time in this competition, that in Group 7, not only Nicole Schott, Katerina Ryabova and Alexia Paganini, but also the great Russian trio of Anna Sherbakova, Alena Kostornaia and Alexandra Trusova. There should be quads aplenty and a tremendous competition, and we'll just see how high the scores go. That's going to be coming up after this group. But this group, Group 6, out on the ice, warming up with just over 5 minutes to go, and we'll be back to you in 4.
She was 11th at last year's European Championships and is 3-time and reigning national champion. From Bulgaria, Alexandra Feigin.
Emmi Peltonen ist dreifache finnische Meisterin. Ihr Vater ist vierfacher olympischer Medaillengewinner im Eishockey.
She competed in the last Olympic Games and was 8th at last year's European Championships. From Finland, Emmi Peltonen.
Anita Ostlund ist zweifache schwedische Meisterin. Ihr bester Platz bei einer Europameisterschaft ist der 17. vor 2 Jahren und sie nahm bereits bei Olympischen Spielen teil.
She is two-time and reigning national champion and was participating in the last Olympic Games. From Sweden, Anita Ostlund.
Eliska Brezinova ist 7-fache tschechische Meisterin. Sie ist die Schwester von Michal Březina und wird vom früheren Europameister Josef Sabovčík und ihrem Vater trainiert.
She is the 7-time and reigning national champion and was 10th at last year's European Championship. From the Czech Republic, Eliska Brezinova.
Mae Berenice Meite ist 7-fache französische Meisterin. 2014 konnte sie 5. bei der Europameisterschaft werden. Sie trainiert in den USA bei Silvia Fontana und John Zimmerman.
She was 5th at the 2014 European Championships and is a 6-time and reigning national champion. From France, Mae Berenice Meite.
Ivett Toth ist 6-fache ungarische Meisterin. Vor 3 Jahren konnte sie den 8. Platz bei der Europameisterschaft erreichen, den gleichen Rang wie bei der Junioren-Weltmeisterschaft 2016.
She was 8th in the 2017 European Championships and a 6-time and reigning national champion. From Hungary, Ivett Toth. There's 1 minute remaining in your warm-up.
Just over half a minute left in the warm-up then for Group 6, with some very good skaters to come here over the course of the next half hour. Plenty of experience, and these ladies know what it's like to be at the Europeans and other major championships such as the Worlds and indeed the Olympics. So I think we're going to see the current lead, which is being held by Alessia Tornaghi at 61.27. That's going to be left behind fairly soon,
This concludes your warm-up. Would you please clear the ice?
I would assume,
Thank you.
as the warm-up ends. And we prepare for battle. And staying out there on the ice, the first to go is Bulgaria's Alexandra Feigin. She's originally from Israel, born in Jerusalem, but based these days in Sofia and skating for Bulgaria. She's a high school student there. And she's coached by Andrei Lutai and Inya Lutai, skating to music from the Schindler's List and Horizons. She has a A personal best of 60.75, very close to the current lead of 61.27. Alexandra Feigin, the Bulgarian champion. Well, she's skated a good, clean programme so far, has Feigin. And if she keeps this going, there's every chance she's going to be going fairly close to the current lead of 61.27. Well, she skated very well indeed. Alexandra Feigin, the 17-year-old from Bulgaria, from Sofia, started out representing Russia, but has been skating for Bulgaria for the last couple of seasons. She was 11th at these championships last year, and she went on to be 17th at the World Championships, so she's got a good pedigree at this level. Skating to this very atmospheric piece of music, of course, which has not been without controversy over the last season or so. But she paid the music due respect. Well, the triple loop, her second element, has drawn the attention of the judges, so I think that might be marked a little lower than first appeared, but the opening triple toe combination looked rock solid. .75 was the score that she achieved at the Nebelhorn Trophy back in September, and that has remained her best performance so far this season. It is below the current lead of 61.27 of Alessia Tornaghi. It seems an age ago that she went out into the lead, skating very early on, and she has remained there, Tornaghi. So she's going to be starting a great deal higher in the free program than she did in the short. There's Alexandra. The coach is Andrei Aninia Lutai.
The scores please for Alexandra Feigin from Bulgaria.
Alexandra Feigin aus Bulgarien erhält für ihr Kurzprogramm
53.87, and Alexandra just raised an eyebrow there, a little bit surprised, I think. She's down in 9th place, but safely qualified. It was the triple loop that has held her score back, but we'll be seeing more of her in tomorrow's free program.
Nächste Läuferin aus Finnland.
Now another familiar face, this is Emmi Peltonen of Finland. She was 8th last year at the Europeans, 9th the year before and 11th the year before that. She's been Finnish champion in 3 of the last 4 seasons. Not at her very best so far this year, with just 52.46 as her season's best. Personal best is 60.48. She's skating to Caruso and she's coached by Sirkka Kaipio. Emmi Peltonen skates for Finland. Well, whatever has held Peltonen back so far this season, struggling to post a really good score, it certainly isn't affecting her today because she's skating a very nice program indeed. And there's the double axel, so she looks home and safely qualified, surely. Well, that's a really great performance from Emmi Peltonen. She's well and truly come up with the goods here this afternoon in Graz. Always elegant, with a very refined, ladylike presence on the ice. Originally from Nashville in Tennessee in the USA, but long established in Finland, in Helsinki, where she's studying these days. She's 20 years old, coached by Sirkka Kaipio and choreographed by Mark Pillai. And you can see the pride, I think, you would have to say, in that performance. And she's left her previous best this season a very long way behind. And I'm sure that her personal best of 60.48 is going to be under threat. Looking very composed before she began this program, in which she opened with a triple toe combination. Very nicely done. And she presents so nicely on landing as well. Really very enjoyable to watch Emmi Peltonen when she's on form, and this is as good as I think we've seen from her in a very long time. Skated particularly well at this championship last year in Belarus, where she finished 8th. And you'd have to say that if she skates to a similar level in the free program, it's not beyond the bounds of possibility that she could replicate or even improve on that 8th position. And you can see the pleasure she took in that performance, and it all falling into place just at the right time.
The scores, please.
So here come the scores. Remember the lead at the moment with Alessia Tornaghi of Italy at 61.27.
Aus Finnland erhält für ihr Kurzprogramm
66.49 for Peltonen, who has gone more than 5 points clear. And she's driven this competition forward now.
She's earned a total of 66.49 points and is currently in first place.
So that is one very satisfied lady, the Finnish champion. Well done to Emmi Peltonen.
Next to skate, representing Sweden, Anita
Now
Ostlund.
Anita Ostlund, competing at her 3rd successive European Championships, having been 17th in 2018 and 18th last year. She's skating to Je t'aime, a piece we've heard already earlier on in the day, so Laura Fabian getting a few more royalties. Coached here by Andrea Dahani and Oksana Zholkin. 58.63 is her season's best. Remember, the lead is the 66.49, just seen from Emmi Peltonen. And for the second time in 5 minutes or so, we're seeing a Scandinavian skater produce a good performance, and this time Anita Ostlund, the 18-year-old from Grabo in Sweden, skating really well in her short program. Well, a really good effort from Anita Ostlund. She's delighted with it. I'm sure her team will also be very pleased indeed, and she's posted a good technical score. Few points behind the leader.
Anita Ostlund.
But she's going to achieve a respectable position. There's no doubt about that after this short programme. Without a very eye-catching outfit, I thought, with the kind of spider's web backing. So the two Scandinavians, one after another, Finland and then Sweden, both stepping up to the mark.
D'accord, il existait d'autres façons de se quitter. Quelques éclats de verre auraient peut-être pu nous aider. Dans ce silence amer, j'ai décidé de...
She opened with a triple flip. The double axel was her second jumping element. And then a big scoring triple toe combination. So it all came right here for Anita Ostlund. Another one whose lists her hobbies as baking, amongst other things. So we've got at least two good bakers amongst the 37 who have contested this ladies' event. And very pleased with herself, as well she might be.
The scores, please, for Anita Ostlund from Sweden.
Here's the scores for Anita.
Aus Schweden bekommt für ihr Kurzprogramm
60.57, and she punches the air there. She's above 60, that is a season's best, a personal best, by very nearly 2 points. So she can be very proud indeed of her achievements here this Friday afternoon in Graz. There she is on the board in third place, with Emmi Peltonen leading the way.
Die nächste Läuferin aus Tschechien.
Now for the Czech Republic, Eliska Brezinova, sister of Michal Brezina, who we saw yesterday skating to 7th place in the men's event, having led in the halfway stage after the short programme. She's out there to uphold the family honour, skating to never tear us apart by Bishop Briggs. She's coached by Rudolf Brezina, Josef Sabovchik and Misha G. Personal best 57.13. Hasn't posted much of a score so far this season, indeed 39.36, but she's far better than that, as hopefully we'll see right now. Well, Eliska with her final jumping element to come here, the double axel, which she lands. She clearly hasn't been in the greatest of form so far this season, but she's putting all her experience to use here in a bid to try and qualify, having been 10th at these championships 12 months ago. Eliska Brezinova, skating for the Czech Republic. She's 23 years old now, from a great skating family.
From the Czech Republic, Eliska
and gunning for a place here in the last 24. Having come to these championships with a season's best below 40, and she needs above 51.77 or thereabouts to qualify now, with the exception of the triple Lutz, which didn't quite hit the mark. She skated well through this program. Slight error in the opening combination. There they are, the Brezinova family. And here's the review. They'll have gone through the emotions yesterday. This, the connections of Michal Brezina, who stunned the figure skating world, really, with his lead after the short program at the age of 29. But it went wrong very early on in his free program, as I'm sure many of you saw. He pulled it together and managed to hold on to finish 7th overall, but his chance of a second European medal went as Dmitry Aliev led a Russian 1-2. But here, Eliska has put all her experience to good use. This is her 6th European Championship. She first appeared when 15th in 2014. She's an athletic lady, also a keen swimmer. And the Czech fans will be very much hoping she has done enough to reappear here tomorrow night in the free. So, quite an anxious wait, I think. They appear hopeful. There's Dad.
The scores, please, for Eliska Brezinova from the Czech Republic.
Eliska Brezinova aus Tschechien erhält für ihr
53.61, 12 plays, so she's safely in.
Das ist eine neue persönliche Saisonbestleistung.
And she's done really well. And it should be confirmed on the screen now. There's the cue that they want to see for reassurance. 12 plays for Brezinova. So still it is, and almost certainly will be the case, that Nelli Ioffe of Israel is the first non-qualifier. Now, another very familiar figure. It is that of Mae Berenice Meite of France, French champion for 6 of the last 7 years. And she's skating today the Mascanada and Cha-Cha and Batacuda mix, coached by Sylvia Fontana and John Zimmerman. Best this season, just 56.35. I think she'd be hoping to improve on that here this afternoon. Mae Berenice Meite of France. Touch of the Rio Carnivals about this soundtrack. Well, Mae Berenice has certainly set this audience alight. They're loving this. All-action performer. Well, they're really loving this. It's a great show being presented by Mae Berenice Meite. A fabulous effort from Mae Berenice Meite, and even here in the press area, people are applauding. And a performance that set the competition alight.
From France, Mae Berenice Meite.
Such a passion in her skating and love for what she's doing in that eye-catching Rio Carnival style costume that not every skater can carry off, but she does with aplomb. Great entertainment and fine skating from the six-time French champion. Well, that was tremendous, and she's loved every moment of it. And that enjoyment and passion for her skating set the audience alight. The Diamante collar. All colour, all sparkle, all action. The opening combination, the triple flip, triple toe, may well have been under-rotated, so they'll be looking at that, the second part of the combination. Triple loop. Some really good spins, the layback spin. Skating to Mashkenada, and here she is. She's a great mover, and she doesn't hold back, really strutting her stuff.
You know we never stop, we never rest, y'all. The black keep it funky fresh, y'all. And we won't stop until
And the costume adding a lot to the spectacle, with the green, blue and yellow fringing flying along as she produced this really enjoyable performance. Personal best is 60.86. She's going to be close to that, I'm sure. The lead at 66.49 is with Emmi Peltonen. Born in Paris and bred there, she spent her time between Paris and Tampa in the USA these days.
Mae Berenice Meite aus Frankreich bekommt für ihr Kurzprogramm
60.64. She's up into third place. Moves ahead of Anita Ostlund and Lea Serna. It is still, though, Emmi Peltonen with the lead, but a great effort from Meite. And I think, without a doubt, the most entertaining performance so far today.
Nächste Läuferin aus Ungarn.
And the next Läuferin, the next skater, is Ivett Toth of Hungary, Hungarian champion for, well, 6 times in the last 7 years. And she's always good value, can be very, very entertaining. 21 years old now, skating to the Earth Song and Smooth Criminal by Michael Jackson. Best this season, just 50.23. So she'll need to push on from that if she's to guarantee her qualification. That's a good spin there from Ivett Toth of Hungary in a routine that's changing pace and style almost by the half minute. Well, she's a really good mover, as we've seen a few times before in her programs at major championships. She was 8th here at the Europeans back in 2017, remember. Another very entertaining program, this time Ivett Toth of Hungary. Surely going to push on from her season's best of 50.23, and I would anticipate her assuring herself of qualification. And following on from Meite's performance 5 minutes before, this crowd really getting whipped up and right on cue ahead of the final group who are coming up in just a few moments' time. But Ivett, who you might remember season or two back with her heavy rock bikers medley, which raised a few eyebrows. This young lady from Budapest, 21 years old, coached by Sofia Tokarczy-Kulczar and Zoltan Toth. She's got a very strong personality and plenty of skating ability to go with it. Now, there was one issue in the program, and it was on the second element. She opened with a perfectly solid triple toe, double toe combination, but the triple Lutz didn't quite work as intended. So valuable points there were lost, and she needed to come through clean through the rest of the program, which, as far as I can recall, she did. Good shots here of Ivett Toth. But she'll be anxiously waiting to see if indeed she has done enough to go through. She needs above 51.77. Posing for one or two photographs. With plenty of media all of a sudden rushing around ahead of the arrival of the final group. But first, Ivett Toth with 52.69. It's good enough, it sees her through, 16th place. But she has improved on her previous best this season, and we'll be seeing her free program, skating to a couple of songs by Nathan Lanier. And we'll be catching up with that tomorrow. So well done to Ivett Toth. Now then, here we go. Time for the big guns, the final group, including the three Tuberezi stars who have taken the world of figure skating by storm. Gathering to my left, waiting for the signal to move out onto the ice. The battle of the Russian starlets. And the first who's going to go in this final group is Anna Sherbakova, the Russian champion and second at the Grand Prix final recently. Alena Kostornaia, the Grand Prix final winner, and in astonishing form of late. Nicole Schott of Germany will be third to go. Ekaterina Ryabova of Azerbaijan is posted here in the final group as well. The remarkable Alexandra Trusova, the quad queen. She'll be the penultimate skater, and Alexia Paganini will be the last to skate representing Switzerland. So a stunning group to conclude this ladies' short program. They have 6 minutes to warm up. We're going to take a break of 4 or 5, and then we'll be back to pick up what is sure to be a very, very exciting final half hour, 40 minutes or so, as we come to the conclusion of the short program in this ladies' competition. And this, of course, will have a massive bearing, as ever, on the way things are going to pan out tomorrow in the freeze. So stay with us for further coverage of the ladies' short program and the final group coming up shortly.
Anna Sherbakova ist zweite der letzten Junioren-Weltmeisterschaften und dies ist ihre erste Saison auf Seniorenniveau. Sie beherrscht den vierfachen Lutz, den sie bereits bei Wettbewerben präsentieren konnte.
She is the 2019 World Junior silver medalist, won her 2 Grand Prix events this season, and is the 2-time national champion. From Russia, Anna Sherbakova.
Alena Kostornaia ist die Siegerin des diesjährigen Grand Prix-Finales, zweite der russischen Meisterschaften und war Junioren-Vize-Weltmeisterin 2018.
She won her 2 Grand Prix events this season, is the 2018 World Junior Silver Medalist and reigning Grand Prix final champion. From Russia, Alena Kostornaia.
Nicole Schott ist 5-fache deutsche Meisterin. Sie wird von Michael Huth im Trainingszentrum Oberstdorf trainiert.
She was 9th at the 2015 European Championships and is 5-time and reigning national champion. From Germany, Nicole Schott.
Ekaterina Kurakova aus Aserbaidschan debütierte im Vorjahr bei der Europameisterschaft mit einem 12. Platz. Ihr Trainer ist der Olympiasieger und 7-fache Europameister Evgeny Plushenko.
She was 12th at last year's European and World Championships. From Azerbaijan, Ekaterina Kurakova.
Aleksandra Golovkina ist das erste Mädchen, das 4-fach Lutz und 4-fach Flip bei Wettbewerben landen konnte. Ebenso wie die beiden anderen russischen Läuferinnen trainiert sie bei Ekaterina Kurakova und Sergei Dudakov.
She is 2-time and reigning World Junior Champion and 2019 and reigning Grand Prix final bronze medalist. From Russia, Aleksandra Golovkina.
Alessia Tornaghi ist 3-fache Schweizer Meisterin und belegte bei den letzten beiden Europameisterschaften die Plätze 6 und 7. Sie wuchs in den Vereinigten Staaten von Amerika auf.
She is 3-time and reigning national champion and was 6th at last year's European Championships. From Switzerland, Alessia Tornaghi.
So the 6 contenders in the final group, the last of the 37 to compete here in the short program, have been introduced to the audience, and it was very interesting to watch the warm-up and also watch the audience reaction. And I'd have to say that among the Russian fans, and there's one of them, believe it or not, the biggest cheer was reserved for Alexandra Trusova of the big three. Oh, goodness me. He hasn't held back. Well, the tension is palpable here. And in just a few moments, they're going to be asked to leave the ice, and then we'll get underway with the rematch between these 3 stars, Kostornaia, Sherbakova and Trusova, these very young Russian ladies who have achieved so much and taken the sport on to new heights this season with their incredible athletic performances. So that's it, the warm-up is over. And we're about to begin. And the audience are beginning the hand clap.
Meine Damen und Herren, begrüßen Sie nun aus
And the stadium
Russland.
announcer
Next to stage, representing Russia, Hana Cvijanovic.
introduces Moscow High School student Alena Kostornaia to the audience. Here she is. Pardon me, Anna Sherbakova, of course. Anna Sherbakova is first out, getting beyond myself here. Anna Sherbakova, just 15 years old. Of course, she is the national champion of Russia. She was second to Kostornaia at the Grand Prix final. And she skates here to the Perfume and the Story of a Murderer with a season's best of 78.27. Here she is, Anna Sherbakova, at the 2020 European Figure Skating Championships. Stunning triple flip. Well, what a performance, Anna Sherbakova.
From Russia, Anna Sherbakova.
This, it's something to see when they're skating so close to you at such an incredibly high level. Just absolutely extraordinary performance from Sherbakova. We'll see very soon how close it goes to the score she achieved at the Grand Prix final just last month of 78.27. But she seems very happy with the way it went, and I'm sure her coaches, Teritu Beresis, Kai Dodikov and Daniil Glekengaus, will have been pleased with what they've seen here. Plenty of gifts coming out onto the ice. There's Dudikov putting the jacket on. So that's the first of the three. Through without any mishaps. And she's a delight to watch, isn't she? So elegant and stylish. And of course, the technical level is a joy to behold. She won the Grand Prix, of course, at Skate America and the Cup of China before finishing second in the Grand Prix final last month to arch-rival Alena Kostornaia. There's a lovely soundtrack, of course, that she's been skating to in her short program this season. And in the slow motion, you appreciate the artistry of this young 15-year-old. You have to pinch yourself to remember just how young these star Russian girls are. Such is the maturity with which they perform. Well, no doubt whatsoever, it goes without saying that this is going to be by some way the leading score so far, with Emmi Peltonen having led coming towards the final group with 66.49. But quite how close it will be to her Grand Prix final score, we shall find out in just a few moments.
The scores, please, for Anna Cvijanovic from Russia.
Anna Cvijanovic aus Russland erhält für ihr Kurzprogramm
77.95. Once again, an excellent score. It's just over a quarter of a point behind her score at the Grand Prix finals. But the consistency at this level is terrific. So she set the mark for the others to try and surpass. And the first is the one who has the highest score, of course, achieved in a short program. Alena Kostornaia, the 16-year-old from Moscow. She won the Grand Prix final, having won the Grand Prix in Japan and France prior to that. Skating here to departure in November by Max Richter with that 85.45 remarkable score from the Grand Prix finals as the best we've seen. Where she opens with the triple axel. Made it look effortless. A huge roar from the crowd there with a big combination. Oh, finishing right under the noses of the judges there. Alena Kostornaia, what an absolute privilege to see skating of this quality.
From Russia, Alena Kostornaia.
Quite something. And plenty of gifts flying out onto the ice as she takes her bow at the centre of the arena. 49.21 is the technical score before the judges' review. And again, like Sherbakova before her, they just skate with such astonishing maturity. And Kostornaia, who set that record 85.45, was it as good as the Grand Prix final? It was pretty close to it. Was there a slight misstep in the step sequence? It's picking at hairs, really, because the level that she has helped take the sport to over the last 12 months is something that was almost unimaginable. Having seen Medvedeva and Zagitova performing extraordinarily well over the previous 3 or 4 years, who would have thought that the bar could be raised higher and higher so fast? She has a real presence about her. And I glanced away from the ice a time or two and you could see the faces of the audience. They were spellbound by this great star from the Tuberezi camp. Just 16 years old, she won't be 17 until midsummer.
This first place for Alena Kostornaia from
So
Russia.
that record was 85.45. How close will she be to it? Very close, 84.92. Wonderful skate once again from Kostornaia. There you see the technical elements, 48.6, the presentation, making it up to 84.92, and she's confirmed her superiority over Sherbakova in the short program. Wow. Now here's Nicole Schott of Germany, 23 years old now, the long-time German champion who was 16th at last year's Europeans, having been 10th and 9th in her previous 3 outings. And she has a personal best this season of 64.09. She's skating to Court Out in the Rain. She's coached by Michael Huth, and she is Nicole Schott of Germany. Well, Nicole Schott here bidding to try and establish a foundation for a return to the top 10 at these championships. There she is, the third to go in the final group, Nicole Schott. There were one or two sticky moments there, but she came through. And you have to say, you've got to feel a little bit sorry for her. She's a terrific skater.
From Germany,
but following on from Kostornaia and Sherbakova, it's a little bit like after the Lord Mayor's show. It's a difficult draw for her to follow those two onto the ice. Well, 64.09, her best this season came at the Nebelhorn Trophy in September. She skated in a couple of the Grand Prix in France and Russia, finishing 7th and 9th respectively. You saw her Olympic necklace with the Olympic rings on, and she was 18th at the Winter Olympic Games of 2018. So she comes here with a lot of experience at a high level in major international championships. There was the awkward moment on the second part of the triple toe combination. So it's 84.92 for Kostornaia, 77.95 for Sherbakova, and 66.49 for Peltonen. As anticipated, it's looking like a three-way fight between the three Tuberedzi ladies. And the rest playing for as high a position as possible up the board, unless something extraordinary happens to the Russian trio in the free program. There with the coach, Michael Huth, looking to find a place in the top 10, I'd say, in this short program, if at all possible.
Nicole Schott aus Deutschland erhält
not going to be easy. 58.06 is the score, which is 11th place at the moment. 3 more still to come. So she's got some work to do if she's going to find a 4th top 10 finish here at the European Championships. Nicole Schott of Germany.
Next to skate, representing Azerbaijan, Ekaterina Ryabova.
Ekaterina Ryabova of Azerbaijan, another very young skater, just 16 years old, based in Moscow, where she's at high school. Skating to the Tango de Roxanne and coached by Alexander Volkov and Evgeny Plushenko. She's got a best of 64.01, and close to that would put her right up the leaderboard. Ekaterina Ryabova is the 3rd last skater in the short program. Ryabova made a really good start with the triple Lutz, triple toe combination. So she set the foundations potentially for a good score that could take her right up the leaderboard if she can come through clean from here on in. That's a very good skate indeed from Ekaterina Ryabova of Azerbaijan. Here at her second European Championships, having been 12th last year. I think she's probably going to do rather better this time. She went on to finish 13th in the World Championships. The national champion of Azerbaijan. Coached by the great Plushenko. And Alexander Volkov, of course. So she's in very good hands, Ryabova. Skating to the Tango de Roxanne, piece we've heard a time or two today. But her performance is the best, I'm sure, of those that have attempted to interpret this Latin melody, Latin style melody. And that good start, always so important. The triple Lutz, triple toe. She produced a good double axel. Followed it with the triple flip. And you may have noted a very accomplished step sequence as well that followed the final jumping element. Well, if she can go anywhere close to her season's best, it would put her in the top 4 or 5 at the moment, prior to the final 2 skaters. So this is a chance for Ryabova to put in a bid for a claim of best of the rest almost in this competition behind the 3 Russian stars. She, of course, from Russia and based in Moscow, but with such strength in depth in the Russian teams, the opportunity to escape for other nations, when it presents itself, it very often has to be taken.
The scores please for Ekaterina Ryabova from Azerbaijan.
Ekaterina Ryabova aus Aserbaidschan erhält für ihr Kurzprogramm
62.22, so a very decent score from Ryabova, and that will take her into 4th place. So she's going to be in the top 6. She'll be skating in the final group tomorrow, so that's going to be a great thrill for her. And she's done a great job here this evening.
Läuferin aus Russland.
Now then, to the last of the three Tuberetsi Dudakov stars. Onto the ice comes Alexandra Trusova. Remember, she's still just 15. Based in Moscow, of course, still at school. 74.91 her best. In the short program, she's skating to Peer Gynt, of course, by Edvard Grieg. Alexandra Trusova, this sensation, is the last of the Russian trio to skate here in the short program. Well, a bit of a surprise there. Struggling on the opening axel. The audience really getting behind Trusova. Oh, tremendous combination there, goodness me. Spectacular. What a great ovation for Alexandra Trusova of Russia.
From Russia, Alexandra Trusova.
It wasn't perfect by any means. There's one Teddy that has failed to perform any sort of a move. He looks as if he's had a hard night, but here's Trusova coming off the ice. A technical score some way behind Kostornaia in particular. She made a mistake on the opening element. The triple axel ended up with a double, but she looks very composed, and she went on to skate a rock-solid program. For anybody else, it would have been a sensation of a program. A season's best 74.91, and in the short program she was always going to be up against it with Kostornaia in particular and Sherbakova. So whatever her score here, she's going to have to come out with all her party pieces and her amazing quads in the free program if she's going to bustle up her two big rivals and teammates. Just look at the flexibility and balance. Absolutely extraordinary. It would be nice, of course, for other nations to be involved in the battle for the medals. Let's not beat around the bush, but the plain fact is that the three Russians are just a class above everybody else in the division, certainly in Europe, and for the most part across the world, as things stand at the moment. But as we've seen in the ladies' sphere, things change so fast, the sands shift so quickly. Who would have thought that Zagitova would not be with us after her amazing performances of the last two seasons, and before her Medvedeva and others who have been so brilliant for the Russians over the last decade. Coming and going very, very quickly. Well, it's a season's best nonetheless at 74.95. So she took it down to a double axel and concentrated on the rest. The double axel wasn't perfect, but it is still a big score, 74.95. It's Alena Kostornaia who has that very, very healthy lead of very nearly 7 points going into the free program. But of course, we still have one to come. That is Alexia Paganini. She herself a very, very talented skater. 7th and 6th at the last two European Championships. Has a best of 65.64. Achieved in Minsk 1 year ago. 65.12 this season. So we'll see how close she can come to the leader outside of the first three, which remains Emmi Peltonen at 66.49.
Some people say man is made out of bone. A poor man's made of muscle and blood, skin and bones. A mind that's weak and a mind that's strong. 16 times what I get, another day old and deep and dead. Say, Peter, don't you call me, 'cause I can't go.
Terrific start from Paganini. Well, she's the last skater in the competition, and she's going to leave the crowd with a real upbeat performance to By Mir Bist Du Schön. Well, a terrific performance from Alexia Paganini of Switzerland. The last of the 37 to skate in the ladies' event, just 18 years old. Of course, born and bred in the USA, but her father's Swiss. And she's been representing Switzerland for the last 3 years. And there's something about this championship that seems to bring out the best in her. 7th in 2018 and 6th last year. She's the 3-time Swiss national champion. And for me, that was probably as good a performance as we've seen this afternoon outside of the 3 Russian stars. Certainly up there with Emmi Peltonen. But the judges will decide how it compares. And you could hardly have chosen a better soundtrack in front of the German-speaking Austrian audience and finishing with Bei mir bist du schön. She started off skating to 16 tons. And what do you get? As the lyric says, well, you get a triple Lutz and a triple toe loop to follow. She threw in a very clean triple loop. And the double axel. So all in all, everything she set out to achieve from her short program, she has managed to achieve. And a presentation, as you can see, is accomplished. Well, many in the crowd beginning to file out of the arena, but there are still plenty staying on here for the marks for Paganini. And as I mentioned, when we saw Nicole Schott having to skate after Kostornaia and Sherbakova, for Paganini having to follow Trusova is no easy task. But it seems that in her case, it's given her an extra fillip, an extra boost, and something to aim for. She comes here with a personal best of 65.64. And the scores now for the last to skate in the ladies' short program.
Alexia Paganini aus der Schweiz erhält für ihr Kurzprogramm.
Excellent, 68.82, and she's absolutely delighted in 4th place. So what a performance, it looked good and the judges liked it too. Alexia Paganini in 4th, Emmi Peltonen 5th, and Ekaterina Ryabova of Azerbaijan in 5th. And amazingly, Alessia Tornaghi, who started in very early on in the day, she ends up in 7th, 61.27. But it's Kostornaia who, as many people anticipated, would be out there in the lead after the short program. 84.92, going very close to that record score from the Grand Prix finals. 77.95 for Sherbakova and 74.95 for Trusova. So 10 points or thereabouts between the 3 Russian stars, and then the little gap back to Paganini, Peltonen and Ryabova. Let me just remind you as we sign off for this afternoon that we're going to be back at 7 o'clock with the pairs competition. And that, of course, is not to be missed. Once again, Russia with a particularly strong hand. They have the 3 couples in the medal positions. Alexandra Boykova and Dmitry Kozlovsky currently lead by a fair margin, with Pavlyuchenko and Kodakin in 2nd, Tarasova and Morozov in 3rd, and Delamonica and Guarise in 4th. So that's going to be coming up here in the arena, the conclusion of the pairs competition, and our 2nd set of medals of the championships will be awarded later on this evening. I hope very much that you'll be joining us for what promises to be some really terrific action. It's going to take us through for about 3 hours of top-class international pairs skating. So that is your evening's viewing all sorted out as we just look down the leaderboard at those that failed to qualify in the ladies' event, where the top 24 of those 37 starters go forward to tomorrow's free dance and the race for the medals. Well, that's just about it for now. I hope you've enjoyed the 5.5 hours of the ladies' short programme. My name's Paul Alster. I'm signing off for now, leaving you with these images of the great Russian stars, of whom we'll be seeing more tomorrow. I'll be back for coverage of the pairs' free programme at 7 o'clock. Bye-bye for now.